Okay, let's start ranting, huh? Because I am not happy. Uh, see, my intention today was my intention was to get online and then chat a little bit about kind of my silly Diwali plan that I have to do because I forgot that Diwali was coming and decided like at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Diwali that I should just steal it because it's good actually. So that was my plan. My plan was to do that. What I was not expecting was to, see the new content. That's not what we're on about. We're gonna slide off far away. Okay. I'm not even gonna put effort into that because what I read the new Twitch content advisory thing because they have like these new content tags. Yay! Like the one for excessive drug use or the one for excessive violence. Well, I'm going to now, right here, violate Twitch terms of service because I don't have that tag on because trans rights are human rights and trans people's lives are not a fucking sensitive political issue, you bastards! Thank you. And I will never set that tag on anything involving LGBT issues. That's right, gay marriage is a real, legitimate, good thing. Oberfell v. Hodge was decided correctly. Fuck you. And you know what? Gay people doing whatever the hell they want in the privacy of their bedrooms, also good. Lawrence v. Texas was decided correctly. You know what wasn't decided correctly? Marbury v. Madison, apparently. And while I'm going down the list of things that they've explicitly said are sensitive political issues not to be discussed on stream without flagging that flag, immigration. A good and fine thing, actually, I say, as a Native American, the people who arguably were the most screwed over in history by immigrants. Not saying much, just saying that all worldwide, my ethnic group has fewer people across the entire world than there are Chinese Americans in the city of Omaha, Nebraska. Just let that sink in. Understand that that is a consequence of colonialism, which one could argue is extremely violent immigration. And hear me say, you know what? Immigration's good, actually. I like it. We should loosen up restrictions. And that's not a sensitive political issue. Because it turns out the only people making it sensitive are the ones who are like, we need to kick out people who are here legally. Because those quote-unquote illegal immigrants they like to fucking talk about. Asylum seekers. That's a legal process, honey. You arrive at the border seeking asylum. That's a legal process. Oh my gosh. Let's see. The freaking Dreamer kids. Well, number one, holding a freaking child responsible legally for the decisions of their parents is some ghoul-ass behavior. Number two, hey, We just called them by the name of the law that made them legit and okay and cool, actually. None of that is sensitive. Every part of that is common sense if you aren't an insane bigot. And I can only hope that Twitch's little content policy there, which again, I want to state explicitly, I am explicitly violating in an act of protest against that policy because it's bullshit, is just some misguided fool going, oh, well, we don't want to have, like, a place where bigots are screaming around. Because, hi, you're siding with them when you do this, honey. That's the other one. I want to make sure I touch all the bases here. LGBT issues, immigration, reproductive issues. You know what really strikes me the most about the reproductive issue garbage, as people have been yelling about that for the last few months? A comment that came out of Texas from the people who want to ban contraceptives, complaining that teen pregnancy was down. Now, I cannot truthfully and honestly say that the people who are saying that are pedophiles. I don't know anything about them. I don't know anything about their proclivities. And honestly, because I've had the good fortune to know people who work in the psychiatric care and treatment of pedophiles, I don't want to make that, like, pedophiles are evil thing, because that's not, like, justified in my exposure to them secondhand. I don't think I've actually ever met a pedo IRL, or online. Well, no, I think I've met plenty online, and they're horrible, but, like, you know? It seems like they're just people who've got, like, a thing wrong with them that they need to get fixed, you know? The same way that someone who's like, well, like me and my anger issues. Hi, I'm yelling at the internet because I'm angry. You know what I'm not doing? I'm not smashing anyone with a, like, lamppost or something. Also, the stream really has a 2-minute delay going on. Good job, Amazon. I've got a freaking still image up and a rant, and you're giving me a 2-minute stream delay between chat and stream. That's lovely. I can only hope that this is because you figured out what's going on and are, like, going ballistic. But no, like, yeah, no. These reproductive right issues are common sense. Women own their own bodies. Women get to decide when women get pregnant, please, and thank you, actually. Women also get to decide when they want to have sex and when they don't. Mr. Vance. Like, there we go, battle music. Wah. So, yeah, I mean, I don't even have a lot to say. I'm not, like, a politics tuber. I don't discuss these issues, but just... It strikes me as especially bad timing, especially tone-deaf timing, to make this sort of rule and regulation on this website when we're in the middle of an election where, for example, the Republican Party in the state of Pennsylvania is not running ads about the economy and their economic policies, but is running ads about how trans people are evil. Like, you'd think that the battleground state, which is historically gone to different parties based on their perception of the economy, would get advertised that way. But instead they're choosing to advertise it on hating us. And again, it's not a sensitive political issue. It's a very straightforward issue. The people who are saying that trans people are evil are wrong. They're wrong on so many levels. They're wrong morally, they're wrong ethically, they're wrong on the facts. Like, they're just wrong from top to bottom about everything. And that's not a sensitive political issue. That's basic. God, I don't even know if the word is. It's so basic. Like, hi, if you're like coming at me telling me that 2 + 2 is 5, and I go, what the hell are you on about? 2 + 2 is 4. That's not a sensitive political issue. That's just reality. And that's the thing here. You have a handful of bigots screaming and trying to turn reality into a political issue. And I am just appalled that Twitch would go so far as to say, yep, they're right, it's a sensitive political issue and you shouldn't talk about it unless you flag your stream. Like, no, actually. We should all be talking about it. It's our lives, it's our livelihood. It's not some sensitive political issue. Like, it needs to be very, very clear that some of these that these things will kill people. Like, I know I complain a lot about not being able to get castrated readily in this country, right? About all the pain in the ass it's been there. But you know, it's like maybe a good thing, because if I had successfully been castrated and these bigots, these deranged lunatics obsessed with things that have nothing to do with their business, got elected and did their global healthcare bans that they are saying on and on again that they want, that would kill me. Not immediately, right? It's not like I'm going to keel over dead in 6 months for my body having no hormones, but I have done DIY HRT before, and when I did, I screwed it up at one point and had my body have no hormones. Preferable to having male hormones, in my opinion, for me, but it does fuck you up. It drains you of energy. It makes you feel sick all the time. Turns out that those are like chemicals that your body can use interchangeably for a lot of procedures and processes that it needs chemicals for. But like, and I don't want to have to think about this shit. Thank you, Victory Fanfare. I don't want to think about the shit. But like, yeah. I don't want to think about this shit. And I just want to be able to complain about it as I need to, right? Like, this is an on and on thing, and honestly, I think it's going to cost Republicans the election. It cost them the midterms. In most places they tried the strategy, including Pennsylvania. I think it's going to cost them now, right? I think it's going to turn around and just crash their little dreams of a little fascist empire. Like, freaking Nebraska 1st District, which has gone Republican since, like, Abraham Lincoln, basically, is within spitting distance of voting for Harris. And I'm from Nebraska 1st, so I can tell ya, most people in Nebraska 1st have the following opinion about trans folk. Okay? So this is the opinion. I'll get to Sahil's point there in a moment, because, oh my god, yes. But here's the opinion most folk in Nebraska 1st have about trans folk. I know, as someone who grew up in Nebraska 1st as a trans gal. Most people are of the opinion, huh, that's weird, not my business. And so it is. And screaming at them that you need to take away trans healthcare, like, that's not going to win you their votes. That's going to make them go, what the hell are you talking about, the government dictating healthcare? We voted against Obamacare because we don't want the government dictating our healthcare. Healthcare is between me and my doctor. Go away. Maybe my priest, if I feel like I need my priest involved. And, like, yeah, there's a handful of bigots and they're going to be loud. I mean, they used to smash my fucking window in. But the majority of people in Nebraska 1st are very, I wouldn't say trans supportive, because they think it's weird and they think that you're going to burn in hell. But it is, like, they're very much not the government's business about that. But yeah, so it's just funny. And like Sahil said, Sahil right here, it's still on screen. Love how Democrats and Republicans are fighting to lose the votes of anyone who recognizes reality as it exists. And yeah, they're fighting over the votes of suburbanites. And okay, this is a little unfair to suburbanites. Not all suburbanites are like this. But the thing about living in a suburb is it kind of isolates you from the real world. Because, like, there's two spheres of the real world, so to speak. There's the natural world, which if you live rurally, you have no choice but to cope with the natural world, which is, you know, temperatures above 35 degrees are gonna fucking kill ya. Temperatures below 32 degrees are gonna fucking kill ya. Like, okay. Temperatures above 35 Celsius are going to kill you. Temperatures below 35 Fahrenheit are going to kill you. Right? That's like the magic number. Swap out your degrees and your signs, and, you know, those temperatures will kill you. Too much rain will kill you. Too little rain will kill you. You know, you got to get things fed. You got to keep your water clean. Like, reality is a mess. You know, sometimes you have to kill shit to not die, and that sucks. But that's what is, you know? You have to plan ahead. Plant your crops like 6 to 8 months before you need them, because shit takes time, you can't rush it, and, like, you have to make sure that you're ready and heat-proofed for summer when it's still spring. You have to make sure that all your shit's ready to handle winter when it's still autumn. That's all, you know, the nature sphere. But there's, like, the social sphere, and the social sphere is, you know, goods don't exist unless somebody does the work to make them. You can't charge people more money than they're making and expect them to pay you. If somebody can't afford a house, they're gonna be sleeping on the street because there's no house that they can afford. Wow. Is that a sensitive political topic too, Twitch? Homelessness? The basic reality that if somebody can't afford a house, then they're not gonna have a house to sleep in? And where do they go? Huh? Where do they go? Tell me, where do they go? I mean, I can tell you where the folk in my neighborhood go. There's a homeless shelter about 2 blocks south of me. There's a homeless shelter about 2 blocks north of me. There's an abandoned building in Cata Corner that used to be like some sort of like biotech manufacturing plant, I think. There's a church behind me that's abandoned. There's one of the few people I don't get along with in the neighborhood is a homeless guy whose little gang lives in that church, and everyone in his gang is like fine. It's just this one guy is an asshole. But also, hello, now we're back on immigration because they're Salvadoran refugees. You know, people who lived in San Salvador who like got displaced because of American drug policy and American government interventions, and then found themselves having no choice but to flee north and seek asylum in America, then getting bused. And then instead of following the proper process, getting tricked by some anti-immigrant fuckers to go on a bus and ride up to one of the sanctuary cities, because I live in a sanctuary city, and then just turned out on the street. Like, okay, yeah, this guy's got a reason to be pissed. Like, I'd be pissed. Thank you, Kefka, for showing up just at this moment. Is that a sensitive political issue? Is the recognition that our government's actions have consequences sensitive politics? Apparently, according to Jeff Bezos, it is. As like, yeah, okay, I get that you don't want to think about it. I get that some people don't want to come think about that. That's fine. But there's points where you just have to kind of go, ooh, oh, yeah, shit. Like, do I want to think about homeless people? Not particularly. You know what else I don't like to do with homeless people? I don't like to have to go, hey, excuse me, I need you to sit up so I can leave my apartment and go shop for groceries. But I do have to do that pretty frequently. I don't like when homeless people feud with my landlord and someone ends up smearing shit on the lock for the dumpster. That is a thing I don't like. And that's the thing I laid the blame for on my landlord, because she was doing some kind of insane bullshit, and I laid into her on it. Probably part of the reason why she's like super touchy around me, because I'm like have the established policy of being the person who will lay into her. I should have laid into her harder about repainting the front hall of our place that blinding bright white, but that's not actually important. Like, yeah. Is it a political issue? You know what? Yeah, I'd say it's a political issue, but I don't think it's a sensitive political issue. I don't think it's a sensitive thing, homeless people. I think everyone agrees people should not be homeless. I don't have much to say other than, yeah, people shouldn't be homeless. We should fix the problems making people homeless. And in Baltimore, where, like, literally the population is still less than half of its peak 50 years ago, before urban flight gripped in the 70s, maybe that involves us taking some city money and, actually refurbishing a few of these abandoned buildings that homeless people are squatting in. Because the homeless people aren't, like, houseless and outdoors a lot of the time in Baltimore. They're, like, living in abandoned buildings, which creates fire risks and actually kind of scares the crap out of me, because we're a city of row homes, right? So, like, the church is isolated. The church is not going to cause problems for me if it goes up, but, like, it could knock down that entire other half of the block, because, it's right there. freaking. You have, how do I want to describe that? You have, like, yeah, I mean, if you've seen row homes, you know what I mean. If one of them goes up, like, it's gonna run up and down the entire dang block. But, like, I don't know, homeless people, house them, problem solved, yay! I get that it's not that easy, that there's, like, you have to find the money and you have to do all of that, but, like, goodness gracious, why is that an argument? Immigrants, hey, you know what we did not have prior to, like, the late 19th century? Immigration restrictions. You know what we didn't have until, like, World War One? Passports. Do you know what didn't happen to the United States during the 19th century? It was never consumed by terrorism. I mean, it kind of was like Ku Klux Klan type shit in the last half of the 19th century, but, you know, it wasn't consumed by foreign terrorism. It's just immigrants. We don't like illegal immigrants. Cool, make them legal. Problem solved. Oh my gosh, welcome to the USA. Here's your identification number. Pay your taxes. Hooray! Why is that so hard? Well, I know why it's hard. It's hard because racists. That's why. Because you have these weird, like, the descendants of the frickin' know-nothings are still floating around in the US going, we cannot allow those people to pollute the purity of our country. Oh no! The purity of your country. Meanwhile, I'm Native American, and if I don't tell people, they go, oh, you're white because, you know, I exist in the context of all which has come before me, and that includes my ancestors kidnapping a whole fuckload of white women in Ohio on their way down to the Oklahoma Territory. What were you expecting me to be like? Oh no, the white people they raped the white into me. No, it was kind of the other way around, but still, like, social context, history, etc. There's a lot of very white Native American tribes. The Cherokee tend to be really white. A lot of the southern tribes tend to be really white because they just lived side by side peaceably until Andrew Jackson, intermarrying and all. The way people do. Oh my god. Like, do you mean to tell me that we can have cultural exchange and grow more vibrant as a society than, like, just locking ourselves within the confines of some weird evangelical Christian lunacy? Wow. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna also, while I'm saying, like, controversial things, I'm gonna say something that's actually a controversial opinion. Christianity is the only wrong religion. There we go. Asterisk, actually, I think that the actual words of Jesus Christ as presented in the Gospel according to Matthew are quite nice. It's a pity Christians don't listen to them. And speaking of, if a part of your body offends it, cut it off, why is it so goddamn hard for me to get castrated in this country? Oh, I'm deranged. I'm not. I just have a terribly, terribly wicked sense of humor. Jesus Christ was right. I should be allowed to get my balls chopped off. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Oh. Oh my god. You know what? I bet my ex-wife would chomp at the bit to castrate me. I should be like, yo, Lee, want to castrate me? Want to get revenge? Wouldn't that make you feel so nice? But knowing her, she'd botch it. And then if I ever decided I wanted a zero depth later, there wouldn't be any material with which to make, like, a cosmetic labia. And that would suck. But, my god. Oh, that's true. That's true. I want to minimize those, yeah. And I'd have to let her near my junk again, and I don't want to do that. You're right. That would be a terrible idea. Plan next. And you'll notice that I have the harsh language flag. I don't have the sexual content flag because that discussion is not sexual in nature. Oh my god. I'm making a my ex-wife is crazy joke. Just like Elon Musk. I can't believe I ever uttered those words. Oh. Yeah. I'm having a day. I know, I'm not even having a day. I'm having like an hour and a half. Like, it was. I was having a really good day until now. I was sitting here like, let's see if I can actually remember how to pronounce it. Diwali, something like that. That's also wrong. The little candle bowl things. I was thinking about how I was going to make one of those because if I want to buy one, it's like a week out. And it's today. Diwali, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those sounds I know, it's one of those sounds I just can't do because I haven't learned how to shape my mouth for it. Yeah, I'm gonna just say Diwali because it's uh, it's it's white bitch version. So yeah, I was like, I don't have access to the stuff to make the little lantern bowl. Uh, and it's gonna be a week. So I'm gonna like, how can I make one? And I can't do that one tonight, which is when I should. Deepavali? Deepavali. Yeah. I'm trying to minimize the number of words I butcher in one sitting. Deepavali. Deepavali. Yeah, you need to stop giving me new words without instructing me on how to pronounce them first. Girl. You should know this by now. I can't even say your name right. Deepavali. Deepavali. Oh, that's good. I like that because now I don't think of Halabali when I say it. Unless it's Halavuli, and we've been saying Halavuli's name all wrong. Deepavali. Deepavali. That is very fun. I'm still wrong. Deepavali. Vuli. Vur. That's not right at all. That's no throat gurgles in that word. But the point is, like yeah. Deepavali. Deepavali. Yeah, Deepavali. Deepav. Deepavali. You know what? I'm just gonna say Diwali. That is Diwali is like a thing I can semi say. It's probably less bad. But like the point is I'm trying to make one of those bowls and I'm thinking, oh, tomorrow I can go to the shop and I can get like a scented cube candle, like the white bitch thing. And I can cut off the bottom of one of these old monster cans. I can get some glue and line the outside with glue so I don't cut my hand open. Light it, and I just need to find a way to like not burn down the house with the heat going down into my table through the aluminum. And I was proud of myself. Like, this is such a white trash, basic white bitch solution, but, you know, yeah, it is less bad. It's less fun, too. Like, yeah. I don't have the oil. Or, no, I don't have the wick. I do have the oil. I do have the oil. I do have the bowl. I don't have a wick. If I had a, but yeah, oh my god, that is actually what I was thinking when I thought of bowl. And I used to do that. So like back before my, so for those who aren't into the lore, my ex-wife is Chinese. Met her in quantum mechanics class. Hi, I'm a smarty. But she's Chinese, and they do this thing where you burn ghost money every year so that your ancestors can have dosh to spend. And we would like she would just light it with a lighter and drop it into a thing, and I'm like, wait, bowl. I have a little bowl. I can put some oil in the bowl, and I can put some wick in. I can light that, and then we can light the flame based on that, and then we can drop it into the little tray box, and that's like, as you said, much sexier. It feels like a good ritual environment, and in any sort of meditative praise, it's important to have a good ritual environment. That is why, in the field of the wrong religion, that is Christianity, the Coptics are the best, followed by the Orthodox, and then the Catholics, and then the High Church Protestants, with the Low Church Protestants being the worst. And I am right about that. And that shit is not controversial. You're just not accepting reality yet. Hee hee, yeah. Yeah. I don't remember who the Manicheans are. Manicheans. Oh, no, that's just freaking. They're not Christians. That's why they're onto something. They're the dualists. Like. They're. Oh my gosh, they're syncretic. They're syncretic Zoroastrians, Christians, Buddhists. They're syncretic. Of course they're onto something. Goodness gracious. every time that someone's like, "Oh my gosh, these people are super onto something." They're syncretic. And this goes for me too. When I first read the Gita, I know I'm pronouncing that wrong too. When I first read the Gita, I'm like, "Oh my god, how is this right about everything?" Hinduism, it turns out, is syncretic for like dozens and dozens of different like religions throughout the Indian subcontinent and Persia. And it's like, of course, you're going to be right if you're like establishing a syncretism. Exactly. Almost as though there's a truth of the universe, and your life experiences, your religion, your culture is going to give you a glimpse of a corner of it. And when you start comparing and contrasting that with others' opinions, you get a more and more clear picture of just the world and what it is. Oh my gosh, it's almost as though that's like the core idea behind syncretic practice, is doing that. Because like for all of okay, to take a moment away from the "oh my gosh, Christians are wrong about everything" moment, it is important, I think, to take a moment and address the things that like sort of, especially kind of the Protestant evangelical people are not completely wrong about. Things like It's hard to think about these directly, but like, because I kind of grew up in this environment, so I am sort of aware of it. There's things like, hey, you should, you know, love God. Like, you should think about the effect your actions have on the community. You know, things like you're. It doesn't really matter what you do. Like, you can't fake believing something by doing something. That's sort of true, but also it's very not, because a lot of kind of evangelical stuff is kind of anti-Catholic stuff, and it's stuff that Catholics are very right about. Like, for example, that good old Catholic saying, faith without works is dead. If you believe in something, you best go show it in the world. Now, in the evangelical sense, that is going around and telling people that they need to believe in Jesus or die, while in the Catholic sense, that's very often, going around and doing social good. That's part of why the Catholics and the Christians have managed to usurp, like, social welfare in the United States. But also, that's a good thing. Like, that's another thing that they're kind of right about. You should do that. But you know what else? That's something that everyone says. Islam says that. Freaking going back to the Gita, it talks about acts of service as one of the things that can, purge your soul of karmic debt. And on and on. It's just, that's a thing that basically everyone agrees on. Hey, if you have extra, give back to your community. Help people out. And, like, you can't always, and that's fine, Like, there's a homeless guy lives on my block who doesn't even ask me for money anymore. He just will sit down, he'll chat, and he really just wants someone to talk to him who isn't drunk. And I'm like, I can do that. I can't give you cash because until my legal name change is done, I don't have any ability to generate cash. I can only deal with, like, digital stuff because my bank is a 3-day drive away, and I can't make a new bank account until I have all the ID and such. My legal transition's blocking. But I can talk to you. I can listen to you, tell stories. I can commiserate. I can, intervene with my landlord where my landlord is being a bitch. Like, I can do that. That's something I can do and help my community, Back during COVID, I had this big payout from big options payout. I don't remember what options do when they generate money, but they did what they do, and I got a bunch of money. And I'd be better off today if I just shoved it all in a bank account. It went, oh, teehee, it's my money, yay! But, like, there were people who needed help, and I had the ability to help them, so I did, because that's what you do. I gave a lot of money to the Philly SRAs who were going around and organizing, getting people food, so they could, buy food for people. I paid one of my favorite authors rent for a few months because her husband got, like, jacked up at work and was waiting for workman's comp, and I'm like, I can afford to pay your rent for a couple months. Let me just do that. Things. And maybe I did a little bit too much. Maybe I went a little bit too far. But, you help people. That's what you just do. That's being a decent human being. You go, okay, what can I do? And then you do it. Okay? You do work to do the work. Like, it will never not piss me off that the people who complain about lazy people, the people who complain about, oh, no one wants to work anymore, are all the people who aren't working, who are just extracting value from the labor of others. It's like, no, actually, working is good. And maybe, you know what else is good? Working smart, not hard. I don't mean like, oh, I'm going to make someone else do my job for me, teehee. I mean, like, if you can take a little bit of time up front and do your work now so that you don't have to do as much work later, that's a good thing to do. Take a little time now to write up a boilerplate script so that next time you have to code something, you can just copy paste the boilerplate script and tweak like lines from it. Yeah, that's good. Do that. And that's like what real work is like, right? If you're actually doing work, you figure out shortcuts. And sometimes the shortcut is painting the entire goddamn hallway white so you don't have to worry about laying down tape along the trim. Or painting over the internet cable on the door. Like, there's an internet cable in my apartment that goes up and over the door. And it's black where the cable got replaced by the internet guy who installed mine. But then it's white because only half the cable needed to be replaced. And the white half was where the internet cable was before, where the landlord just kind of painted over it when they repainted the door. They're like, yeah, we don't care. It's white now. I was like, okay. Cool, we're doing that. Fun. Irons. So I've been ranting for 50 minutes. I'm out of things to say. I have to go out of my way to think of controversial things to say because I'm not a politics channel. I want to emphasize again, my existence is not a sensitive political issue. Or it should not be. And if you're viewing my existence, my ability to get my own health care, my ability to have a job and pay taxes, my ability to give back to my community, if you're viewing all of that as a sensitive political issue, number one, maybe you should, go find and talk to some trans people IRL and listen to what they have to say, get to know them, learn what they actually are like, instead of treating them like perverts who are around for your porn fetish. Because at the core of it, I think that's the thing, that most of these, not most of these people, but a lot of these people hear about LGBTQ and go, oh, that's the sex stuff. We don't want sex stuff in our advertising. That's sensitive. No. And it's really not. Does it intersect with sex? Sure. You know what else intersects with sex? My girlfriend's work schedule. Does that suddenly mean that having a work shift that runs from 3 in the morning to 10 in the morning is a sensitive topic just because it intersects with our sex life and changes how our sex life has to be? No. And it'd be deranged and idiotic to say it was. And hence, and therefore, me having a brain structure that makes me view myself in a category which is different to that to which society has assigned me, and going through the struggle to alleviate the constant stress of that distinction through a series of medications and lifestyle changes does not a sensitive topic make. Hell, it's liberating. Oh, cisgender people listening to this. Have you asked yourself what it means to be a man or a woman? What amongst your behaviors give you joy? Are there actions that you partake of in subservience to the social demand of your gender? which bring you misery. Did you know you can just stop doing those things? Are there actions that you relate to the other gender that bring you joy and comfort? Did you know you can just do that shit? Hi. Okay, usually I am not on the Egg Prime Directive train, but I'm going to... Normally I'm on the you are trans, you should transition train, and then if we're wrong, oh, you'll figure it out, you'll be fine. But I'm going to just take a moment and say, hey, cisgender guys. I'm addressing cisgender men because cisgender men are the bulk of the problem right now. Like, yeah, J.K. Rowling's financing it, but the bulk of the problem at its core is kind of cisgender men viewing trans people and trans women especially as, like, a threat to their patriarchal power. So I want to address you and say, hey, you can cook breakfast for your wife without being a pansy. You can wash your dick without being gay. Same with your butthole. Oh my gosh, you can clean that. You can take care of your nails, you know, if that brings you joy. Ladies, if you're sick of shaving, you don't suddenly become gross and mannish because you have leg hair, okay? Yeah, it's fine, especially if you're just, like, wearing jeans and socks everywhere. No one's gonna give a damn. And that's not saying that, you know, if you like that, you shouldn't. You should. If you like shaving your legs and having smooth legs, go ahead. Same with you, gentlemen. If you like having smooth legs, go ahead. I will admit that I like smooth legs, but I like smooth legs in a, like, autistic sensory way and not a gender way, and I don't like them enough to make it worth the physical pain of bending over and shaving with my messed up scoliosis back. So I don't. Oh no, I have some hair. It doesn't give me personally dysphoria. I know people for whom that is like, oh my god, that's the worst thing ever. That's fine. But you know what? This whole discussion about it being fine to shave your legs or not as you will, this fundamental acceptance of bodily autonomy that lies at the core of LGBT issues and reproductive rights issues. Hey, that's a twofer. You know what it's not? A sensitive political issue. It's just a basic common sense. You exist. You exist in your body. And what you want to do with your body is your own damn business. If you want to get a tight little haircut and dress like the good little Mormon boy, go ahead. Heck, my cousins are the good little Mormon boys. And ironically, very trans-supportive because they're still of my family, and my family went through the LGBT is not bad actually thing during the 70s and 80s when my mom's favorite cousin came out as gay, got kicked out of his parents' house, became a major activist, and then got AIDS and became a major AIDS activist, and then made up with the family. Sort of halfway, not well enough that I ever met the dude, but well enough that I grew up with family members bragging about how great he was. Though if he hadn't done that dang AIDS quilt, they probably wouldn't have chatted about it, because I know my family. They would have been like, oh yes, no, it's fine, but they wouldn't have bragged about him if he hadn't done something to brag about. I grew up in this family, I know how they are. I ain't done a single thing trans-related for my family, so my family's just like, oh, Barbara's a woman now. Her name's Barbara. Oh my goodness, like Grandma Jean's actual name? Yes. Well, yay, it's Barbara. But no one's gonna brag about me being Barbara because I haven't done anything, like, related to that. They'll sometimes brag about me being a published physicist, but they don't brag about my gender. They brag about uncle, cousin. We call him cousin. Everyone, they're your uncle or your great uncle or something like that, they're your uncle. Everyone else we call cousin. That's how the family does it. Cousin Cleve. If Cousin Cleve hadn't done the AIDS quilt, I would not have grown up with people bragging about, oh, we have a gay Cousin Cleve, yay! Like, no. But, you know, it is what it is, right? So I do have, you know, nice little Mormon boy cousins who are like, oh, well, we've already dealt with this. And one of them has gotten in trouble for, like, speaking up in his, like, Mormon temple meetings to go, actually, that doesn't vibe with reality. And, like, it's kind of a whoa moment because he's not, like, in a small little, like, Mormon church in the suburbs of, like, California or something. He's in Salt Lake City. That boy is. Like, he is in Salt Lake City. He is the good Mormon boy. And he's just like, I've had the good fortune to meet transgender people, and that's not what's going on at all. I'd say God made them trans, actually. But yeah, but like, you know, if you wanna do that haircut and do that little thing and all that, go ahead. It's fine. It's you. You do you. There's worse things you could do, as long as you're not going around and, like, hurting people. You know, if you want to get tattoos, go ahead. Real nice guy I know IRL has face tattoos. And I remember my mother kind of going, well, are you safe around him? Is he a gang member? And I'm just like, let me just send you his picture. And I'm like, dude, can I take a picture of you for my mother? And he's like, okay. And he just, like, gives thumbs up and takes a picture. And my mother's like, oh my gosh, he looks like the nicest young man. You should date him. And I'm like, I am still a lesbian, mother. I am still a lesbian. Also, he has a girlfriend and is very monogamous as far as I'm aware. But, like, it's cool. Do it. Do your thing. If you're a man and you want to get a vasectomy, go ahead. If you're a man and you never want to wear a condom in your life, you know what? That's your prerogative, but don't be surprised if women don't want to fuck you. Like, really, the only things I think you need to do as a human being are as follows. Number one, as much as you can, work for a living. I know I talk a lot of anti-work stuff with my friends, but, like, seriously. As much as you can work for a living, don't... If you're going to start a business, work at your business and don't, like, exploit value from your other people working for you, okay? Treat them fairly. Divvy up your profits with your workers at the end of the year. You know, be a good person. Be a decent fella. You know, work for a living. As far as possible. If you can't, like if you're physically disabled and can't work, cool. If no one's hiring, cool. You know, as much as you can. Work for a living. Don't be, like, a parasite. And the parasites aren't the welfare people. The parasites are the, like, big business owners, investors, and such. Okay? If you inherit money enough to, as my mother would say, do nothing for a living, find something to do. Do some volunteer work. You know, help out at your library. Pick up trash on the street. That's a thing. Hi, we need people to volunteer to pick up trash on the streets. Or to join the public works department that picks up trash on the street. Understandable that you're not applying to them after they just worked a couple guys to death over the summer. But we still need them. There's a lot of trash on the street that ain't getting picked up. I try and pick up what I can, but I again have that back that keeps me from bending like at all. Like I have trash on the floor in my apartment that I can barely get up because it's on the floor, so I can't get to it. But yeah, that's one. You know, as best you can, work for a living. Number two, go to Jeff Bezos' house and pester him until Twitch stops being a piece of shit. Let us turn off our ads or, you know, actually like just not have them if we don't want them because we don't want to take, you know, the portion. Like, yeah, you know, just let us be like, yeah, we're or at the very least, let us turn off video ads. Like, there's that banner ad thing that comes up underneath the video sometimes, makes it smaller, and then sits there for 5 minutes. That's fine. Let that pop up. That's a nice unobtrusive ad. Yeah, you exactly. The only money from my streams that Amazon makes is like the portion of the sub that they take. And the ads are just a mess. Okay, but actual number two, you know, number one, do some work for a living. Number two, help out people around you as best you can. You know, if you have like some spare cash and someone's like, I need some spare cash, give them some spare cash. Don't worry about what they're going to spend it on. Oh no, they're going to spend it on drugs. What were you going to spend it on? Huh? Were you going to go to the bar with your friends and have a couple beers? Then you were going to spend it on drugs, buddy. Um, Number three, big one. Number three of things you should do. If you are sexually active, hi, this is a sex thing, but I think this is important, especially for children. Kids need to hear this shit. If you're sexually active, get tested regularly for STDs and share that information with your partners. You can kind of relax this if you're like in a long-term monogamous relationship and everyone's all tested up beforehand. You know, you can kind of cope, you can deal with it. But like, especially if you're just getting started with a relationship or you just got out of a relationship or if you have more than one partner, get tested regularly. Share that info with your partners. Take the appropriate precautionary measures. You know, use protection. I know I was just saying that if your guy doesn't want to, like, use a condom, fine. Just don't expect someone not to be willing to have sex with you. But, like, seriously, use protection. Okay? If you're not in that, like, long-term monogamous partner thing and you haven't, like, discussed it and consented and all that, use protection. Get tested regularly. You know, do appropriate precautionary stuff. You know, if your partner is HIV positive, use PrEP. If you have herpes, take what is it still Valtrex? I don't know. I haven't fucked someone with herpes in like 20 years. Is it still Valtrex? Is that still the shit that they take? Like, there's stuff. There's things you do to make yourself less likely to pass on an STD. Just do that. That's how you get me, where my only STD is the endemic variation of herpes that you can get through not sex. The one that causes cold sores. Herpes zoster, I think it is. That you can just get, that like 92% of the US population has, and most people don't even realize it's an STD. Also, I guess mono. Mono's technically an STD too. I love the Velt song. Ba-ba-bum-bum. Okay, so yeah. So, you know, work for a living, help out your community, get tested. Corollary on that, wear your freaking mask. Okay, COVID isn't over yet. Why the hell are we pretending it's over? It's still disabling people, it's still killing people. Like, for the love of all, just get some, like, the letter 95 masks and wear them. They're not that expensive. They can be reused until they get all messy. Just like use them, okay? Please. Maybe this can go away. And then if it does go away, should still keep a supply. We really need to get like medical masking is a part of our culture. So like if you're listening to this in some distant future where COVID is actually gone and you have some sniffles, put on a mask. I don't care that it's not COVID. No one wants to have a cold. No one wants to get the flu. No one wants to get whatever the hell you have. Just wear a mask. Don't spread the shit around. It's not hard. Oh my god. And if it smells terrible, that's not the mask, that's your breath, honey. Brush your teeth. I say as someone who's notoriously bad at brushing her teeth and has a seriously fucked up mouth that makes masks smell horrible. It's not the mask, it's my fucking teeth. It's a me problem. I come by my disgusting goblin shit honestly. Thank you kindly. So those are the main points. Like the things that you as a human being should do. Things you should as a human being not do. Don't be a dick. That includes not like screaming slurs at people on the street. That includes not bullying people for being different. That includes yeah, that's another thing. I put a drop of dilute perfume in your mask. I don't know. I just brush my teeth. I'm doing that more regularly now. Yeah, like, but yeah, don't be a dick. You know, that also includes don't do a genocide, Benny from Chetnalhem. I'm mispronouncing Chetnalhem too. But like, yeah, like, don't do a genocide. Actually, that's a dick move. You know, maybe blowing up a bunch of civilian phones in a different country because you don't like how some of the more extremist portions of their politic behave. Maybe that's a dick move. Don't do that. Um, let's see, what other things are dick moves? Let's bring our controversial political opinions closer to the U.S. where we can handle things. So dick moves. How about requiring people have driver's licenses to work at your business in the downtown that is 2 steps away from a bus stop? Because you don't want black people to work for you, and you can't say we don't want black people to work for us, but you can go, hi, we need you to have a driver's license, and kind of exploit the fact that like 60% of the black population of the city doesn't have driver's licenses, and they have state IDs instead because they don't drive, and only like 25% of the white population is like that. That's a dick move. City schools CEO. Oh. Wait, you need a driver's license for city schools? Oh no, her continuing. Yeah. Good goodness gracious. David Smith is a dick move. Goodness gracious. City schools, like, that's not things that you have to worry about as an individual. So I think we can move on from that. Just don't be a dick. Work for a living. Help your neighbors out. Frickin' do basic disease prep. And harass Jeff Bezos until he fixes Twitch. Yay. The goodness. Now let's go into actual political situations, actual politics. What follows is actually a sensitive political issue for realsies. Not like some bullshit far-right chud turned it into one. What the fuck, city schools? Come on. This gal has done so many bad decisions because she's an incompetent administrator. And she's off, and they give her a temporary run because, like, you need someone to be a butt in the chair, I guess, and apparently paying her the highest salary in the country after she's already failed for the longest term of anyone in the city's history is the move, I guess. Are they extended? Something transparency? No, honey. Don't do that. Don't be something transparency on me about that. Like, I'm sure she's a fine person. I'd like to think that she's probably a decent, like, education researcher. Although I think she was involved in that study that I'm having to review for my teacher program. The one that has, like, the very messy methodology reporting, so it's hard to reproduce. Yeah, we need to hire more teachers every year than the year before. Yeah, because they burn them out. Like, if you're losing all of your teachers every year. Pro tip, if you're losing I mean, the teacher program is like the people who funded the study and everything. That's why they wanted us to read it. And yeah. And they didn't actually want us to read the study. They wanted us to watch the guy who's like in charge of the entire program give a talk in DC like 5 years ago about the paper. And I just was watching it going, yeah, God, I do not absorb information this way. Oh, there's actually the paper. Read. And, oh God, the methodology is... In theory, the methodology is, like, as presented, is fine. Like, they're going through and collecting, like, state report, like, they're collecting the data on grades and scores on state, like, assessment. That's the word I'm looking for. They're taking in the stuff on state assessments. They're taking in, like, curriculum stuff. They're taking in student voices, which is very important. And they're doing it from a variety of school districts. But, like, they don't really report how frequently they're gathering the student voices in their little "we interrupt your class with a little message asking what you're thinking about right now" thing, which is clever. I like that. Not as like a potential future teacher. As a potential future teacher, I'm like, why are you disrupting the flow of class? But I like that they're doing that. I like that their responses are like things like, I'm thinking about Fortnite, and then in other places they're like, I'm trying to think about the class, go away. And like they're reading I'm thinking about Fortnite in class as poor engagement, and fuck off, I want to pay attention as, oh, this kid's engaged. I like that. That's nice. That's neat. But they don't have regularity. They don't have frequency. Then the actual data presentation is... They don't actually present the data outside of a handful of graphs, and the graphs that they present to you, they don't have variances. They have like a 1-year time scale. They do things like take 2 data points and then do a linear extraction into the future, and it's like, honey, no. Number 1, you don't know that that's linear from 2 data points. Number 2, you don't know that those data points aren't like flukes. What? No. What the heck? Honey, if you were one of my high school students doing this, I would send you back and tell you to do it again. I would not pass this paper, actually. Yeah, it's like all sorts of things like that. And I want to like it because the conclusions are basically, hi, Barb's grandfather was right with his theory of how education should work that he came up with in like 1960. So I'm like, yeah, I want my grandpa to be right. But also, no, the paper you have given me does not support its own conclusions. And I don't think it was even peer reviewed. I don't think it was peer reviewed. Like, it really is just like nonprofit organization internal white paper presented to the public policy. And it's just like, this needed some serious peer review. This has all sorts of problems. I like your conclusions, but no, go back and do it again. Please, this is not... Presumably you have the data. So presumably you just need to go back to your data, present it more effectively, include your error bars, stop making assumptions. But I'm concerned that they collected their data like twice. And so they don't have their data split off by like dates. And I can get that they're like only making 2 data points because they're only going to get this like 2 annual state assessments. But no. Also, their N, like, okay, their N isn't that bad because they have like 6 schools, but no, like 6 schools. Like they talk about the number of students and number of schools. Yeah, the schools is more than 6, but like 6 districts, something like that. I'd have to find the paper and look at the number, but it's a small number. And I go, most of these are going to be district-wide decisions. So like there's 3 levels of like. There's 3 levels of data I'd want to actually see coming out of that study. I want to see the classroom by classroom engagement figures. I want to see how that relates to overall grades and like classroom by classroom assessment results at the end of the year. And I think they're going to have plenty of data for a good end on that. They should be able to give me their 2 data points with error bars for that. I kind of want to see it school by school for curriculum implementation, because I assume generally curriculum is implemented school by school. And then I want to see like district by district. And then the district by district one, they're going to have to do some work for those error bars. But you can create conservative error bar estimates with bootstrapping statistics. So that means you're going to be overestimating your error. But I mean, overestimating your error is fine. That means that you are more likely to kind of go, we don't know for sure that our thesis is what is correct, than you are to falsely say it's true. And, you know, I like that. So, you know, do that. Give me my error bars. And if your classrooms are doing, like, not annually, then split it up to not annually. Give me more data points so I can see the time direction. Like, because my main issue is, my biggest issue is a lot of their conclusions rest upon one plot that has, again, 2 data points, 1 year, then the next year, and then concludes from those data points and extrapolates a linear projection. And uses that linear projection to justify the conclusion at the end of the paper. And that just really bothers me because they don't have enough data to justify using a linear projection or expanding it out to like 3 times further than their data set covers. It is, no, you don't have the data to justify this. This turned into not the rant I was planning, but like, yeah, this is falling back towards an actual real political issue. Twitch, take note. Real political issue. Fire the Baltimore City Schools CEO. She should not be sitting in that office collecting money after we've already decided to fire her. There should be plenty of upper-level administrators that we can just temporarily promote up to that position to just keep the lights on while we find a decent city school CEO. Baltimore, hire me. It's a terrible idea, but hire me. There's better people out there, but I'm already here. Hire me. I'll fix the schools. Mostly by not really, like I probably can't fix the school single-handedly, but I would do things like make a reasonable school schedule. We have these kids coming in and out of the school on city buses. Give them time. They're not gonna they're not gonna be at school on time at 7 a.m. if they're coming across the city on the city buses, honey. It ain't happening. Start school at 9 a.m. Give the kids time to get a good night's sleep, wake up, and either eat breakfast and then leave and catch the bus, or leave and catch the bus and stop and get breakfast on the way, or come all the way to school and get breakfast there. Like, give them time. Open up school at 8 a.m. So there's like an hour before classes start for people to eat breakfast, touch base with friends, do their schoolwork. Yes, I'm aware we will have to deal with potential criminal activity on school grounds. As someone who used to do meth on school grounds during high school, that is not just a Baltimore City problem. That's a every single school district in the country problem. And you handle it by just having your teachers take shifts, and some of them are going to be out patrolling during breakfast. Oh no. We have to give some of our teachers some morning requirements and pay them a little bit. Wherever will we find the money? I don't know, deduct it from the Baltimore... I don't know, don't deduct... it's going to be more money than one person's salary. Don't deduct it from the CEO's salary. That's my potential theoretical salary in this example. I want my money. But like, we can not have some bullshit. There's gotta be some tech bro thing that got sold like at one point that we can ditch. You know, do after school clubs. Have school open a couple hours after school for after school clubs, for kids to hang out and do their homework. Because, hi, did you know that one of the most like obvious telling things that I hear every time from teachers in Baltimore and New York and New Orleans and Omaha, in Utah and California, like every teacher I know tells me, they tell me that the students who do that students with bad home lives, unstable home lives, don't do their homework. You know who had a kind of unstable home life as a teenager? This bitch. You know how I did my homework? I hung out after school, because the school let me. And we should let kids do that. We can have some teachers hang out after school. We can have some teachers hang out after school running clubs. Like, I know Sahil was telling me that the GSA at her school has no one showing up. They do clubs during the school day. They just take a day off during the week and then do clubs. And number one, that's classroom time that you should be using to teach the students. And number two, like, I think about that, and I have been thinking all day, not a day off. Well, they do the weird thing where they do the clubs. Oh, well, that's... But anyway, I've been thinking about the GSA thing, and like, that's even worse. Oh my god, that's gotta fuck with every kid at your school who has autism. Oh, yeah, fuck that shit. That's horrible. I was thinking about what you were saying about the GSA kids not showing up. And if everyone in school is in the building, and everyone knows the GSA is in that room, and there's even just a handful of people who are going to make your life hell for coming out of the closet, are you going to walk into the GSA room? Like, never mind if you're not gay. Never mind if you're just, like, a straight guy who's like, hi, maybe we shouldn't be dicks to gay people. You're not gonna walk into that room. If you're closeted, you're not gonna walk into that room. If you're supportive, you're not going to, like, people aren't gonna do that. If there isn't some deniability. I would, yeah. Oh, that too. Like, My school did not have a GSA because it was a sensitive political issue. That's right, Twitch. You're taking the same stance on LGBT affairs that a deeply, deeply conservative rural Nebraskan school took in the 1990s. Congratulations. But yeah, if they did, and the GSA competed with the JCL, or with marching band, or with weight club, or with theater, I would skip out on the GSA. Yeah. Because you have other things you want to do. And if you have your school open after school, then you can have your GSA meet on a day when most of the other clubs aren't meeting, so that kids can do GSA and other things. Kids can do multiple clubs. Oh my gosh. I mean, you just listen to me list off the jobs I was in. I was in marching band, which, okay, mostly before school, but also Fridays. If there was a home football game, we were doing that on a Friday because we had to rehearse in preparation for the home football team. Then we had to go to the home football game. We had to then do our, jazz band responsibilities, and then go off and, give our performance, which was very funny at my high school because our high school football team was garbage. They did badly. And our marching band was, nationally recognized. So people would literally come to the football games for the halftime show and then leave. It pissed off the jocks so much. It was great. But, I did that. I did the JCL. What's the JCL? Well, you see, actually, we mostly sat around and did drugs. Let's be honest, that's what the JCL was actually. But on paper, the JCL was Latin Club, and we would learn about the history of Rome and Latin language and how Latin influenced the Romance languages. But mostly we would, sneak into side classrooms that weren't occupied by anyone and, huff paint and do coke. That's what we would do. The Latin teacher was always like, wow, we have so many more students than we used to. But that was because, me and, a couple of the other people who shared the same drug dealer were like, wouldn't it be really fucking cool if we went and learned the language that nobody knows and just did our, illegal crime talk that would get us in trouble with the school in Latin? And we're like, yeah, let's go learn Latin so we can talk drugs in Latin. It was so stupid. But, hey, Latin was actually fun. I like translating languages. That's fun. I'm bad at it, but it's fun. Let's see, we had theater. I did the musicals. And then I did, other musicals. The way our school did it, in the fall, we had the stage play. In the spring, we had the musical. And I did the musical in the spring. But then, the community theater in the town did musicals in the fall. And so I did musicals in the fall at the community theater and musicals during the spring at the school. So during the fall, because that would kick off right around when marching band ends, is when the community theater would start kicking off, and I would just walk down to the community theater, which was about 2 miles from school. So I'd walk about 2 miles from school to the community theater, and then knock on the door, and the lady who ran the community theater would be there all the time because she was old and retired, and she'd be like, you're here so early? And I'm like, yeah, I'm here for doing lights for the theater. The first time I'd be there, and she'd be like, oh yeah, it's you again, hi. And I'd be like, yeah. And then I'd always be early, so I'd just clean the dang theater, sweep, I'd mop the rows and all that. And she's like, you're so productive. And I'm like, yeah, I am so a closeted trans gal who doesn't want to go home to my slightly queer phobic father. Dad's great. Dad has come around a lot. He's been supportive materially. Like, he's a, mother says, a decent man. Which I guess is true, comparing him to, like, a lot of other assholes I've met. But he's also still a little queerphobic, a little racist, very anti-Semitic. Like, he has issues. And just because he's the sort of guy who'll be like, well, dead name, you need help moving, I'll come help you move. Like, does not change the fact that, you know, he talks about how Jews secretly control the government. Like, no, that's not how that works, actually. No. But yeah, I did it. And kids should be able to do that. That's the end thing. Like, I think the most basic fundamentals for a school ultimately need to be, you need to keep sensible hours, late enough in the day that kids can sleep and get to school. You need to have time available in the mornings for kids to, you know, catch up on any homework they haven't gotten done. You need to have time available after school for clubs, socializing, and, you know, working on homework if you don't have a stable home life. You need to have a curriculum that is sensible, that, I don't know, doesn't skip the fundamental core concepts at the heart of your mathematics curriculum. God, that curriculum pisses me off. I'm so glad that it's allegedly getting changed. It needs to be a set curriculum. It needs to be firm. It needs to be clear. You need to be not afraid of failing kids who don't reach that level. Like, it does not do kids benefit to have bad feedback. Like, if you're not at the level you need to be to perform what you're performing, you need to be told that. You need to fail, and then you need to be given opportunities to catch up. Like, meeting kids where they're at is not dumbing down the material for them. Meeting kids where they're at is like, I don't know, and a great example from Barb getting met where she's at is taking the kid who has trouble speaking out of first and second grade to a side room during the class period that she's ahead on so that she can practice talking with a person who specializes in it. That's meeting kids where they're at. Meeting kids where they're at is going, oh, this kid in first grade is reading at a 6th grade level. She doesn't need to be there during reading class, but she has trouble actually speaking and making the noises associated with speaking. So let's pull her out of reading class and have her go into a class on how to talk good. Like, we already saw that earlier this stream. I have not had that sort of training on, like, noises in Hindi. And, like, I have cause to want to steal a lot of Hindi words and mispronounce them because I don't know how to make the mouth sound. Mouth be hard. Mouth hard is hard to do mouth. It is, like, what it is. So, like, if you are teaching a math class and your kid is, like, not able to keep up with it because the kid doesn't have the fundamental math skills needed, you need to sit down with the kid and go, okay, here's our options. We can drop you into a remedial course, or I can give you materials to self-study, or we can set up a time where people come together and take this additional training. Like, or we can set you up with a buddy, but, like, that's what meeting a kid where they're at is. It's not dumbing down the expectations. It's going, here's the gap, here's the shortfall. How do we address the shortfall for you? And, like, to go back to the study, because I agree with its conclusions. I like its conclusions. You know, one of the things that drives home, and I would believe this, I was a kid. I have kids. I know kids. Like, kids want to do shit when they grow up. And sometimes it's not realistic. Sometimes it is. Like, let's think back when I was a teenager. What did I want to do when I grew up? Honestly, I wanted to be a rare books seller. That's what I wanted to be when I was like 15. And that changed when I met physics, and that changed when I learned to appreciate math. But that was where it was when it was that way. And that's not an unrealistic dream. Like, it has issues, it has troubles. Like, you would not make a lot of money doing that, but there is a rare bookseller in my hometown. They're in business. They are hiring. Like, I could have gone down there, gotten a job once I was 18, working for the rare bookseller. It would have been a minimum wage job, and I would never have, like, done amazingly pay-wise. But the old lady who runs that shop, she didn't have kids or grandkids. I think she passed away about 3 years ago when the shop closed. But, like, alternate timeline, Barb goes working there. When it comes time, Barb could just be like, sure, give me the shop. I'll take it over. I love the place. Theoretically, thing. Didn't happen because I found other things I wanted to do. But let's say I had that dream, and there was no rare books shop. What do you do then if you have a kid with that dream? Well, you go, okay, you don't have any business classes. I didn't take any business classes in school. Like, you go, okay, you don't have any business classes. What you're talking about is starting a small business. You should take the following business courses that are, business majors, dumb, etc., etc. But, there is something to be said about, learning how to buy and sell, like practicing that shit when you're a teenager. And so it would be a thing to do. Okay, so now what do you have if someone like wants to be an engineer and is failing algebra? Well, you go, what is it that you like about this engineering thing? Because maybe they don't actually want to be an engineer. Maybe they just want to make things. Maybe you can turn to them and say, well, have you considered a career in carpentry? World needs carpenters. Have you considered being a painter? World needs painters. Hell, this whole week I have been tripping over in my schedule and having autistic meltdowns because of the nicest frickin' painters ever who have been taking care of painting the apartment for the landlord. And, like, the landlord did the shitty paint job. But there's, like, these other people have done, a pretty decent job, and they're really awesome people. Heck, my landlord's pretty nice, too. I talk shit about her a lot, but she is actually a pretty nice person. Caveat landlord, but still. Like, they're pretty nice, and there's, decent money to be made in it. You're not gonna be making, 6 figures. Yeah, that's another good thing. That's another very important thing, because algebra is not just fiddling with numbers and letters. It is... Okay, it sort of is, but, like... It comes out of ultimately about... Ultimately, it comes out of, like, accounting. So now I'm digging back into my history of math course in college. And in the Western world, because our history of math class only covered the Western world, you had 2 maths come out in the ancient world. Coming out of Egypt, you had arithmetic, which was focused in on accounting, largely. And you also had some preludes to geometry, but they really dealt big on the accounting stuff. And they created, like, the preludes to algebra. They would list out equations and write down whole, like, schemas. So, like, you'd have, like, hundreds and hundreds of different types of equations and how solutions for those different types of equations all written out in these big manuals, which very much remind me of contemporary high-quality partial differential equations textbooks, which will list out different types of partial equations and how to solve the different types, and then be led by something like, there is no unified theory of partial differential equations. And there wasn't one for algebra before algebra. It wasn't even called algebra, it was just arithmetic and arithmetic equations. The other end of that, you had geometry, which was all about space and engineering and architecture, and it had Euclid come along and do its whole thing. And Like, those are your motivations. Like, your motivations around shape are things like architecture and ballistics and physics and the motion of the stars. And your motivations for algebra are very much, well, shit, we need to count how much grain is going on here, so we make sure there's enough grain. Oh shit, we need to make sure we're paying our people a proper amount. And algebra, comes along out of the Baghdad House of Wisdom and shit. And I can get that people are like, whoa, but like, it's this unified theory of all those equations. Literally, the technique of balancing. And I can see why people will be like, we're fiddling with numbers and letters, because that is the mechanics of doing algebra, is very much fiddling with numbers and letters, and there's rules about how we can do that. And we have migrated away from the real world application. But also, it's all still real world. It's all still accounting. Literally, where else do you hear the phrase balancing? Balancing the books in accounting. Hey! Same word, because it's the same fundamental technique. Balancing your checkbook. Balancing on the type beam. That one's not algebra. But I'm sure you could write some algebra about it if you were so inclined. But like, yeah, you need to make sure that you're teaching things with a aim at the real world. Which, hi, that's my grandpa again. Target your lessons to the relevance of their local community, because your students will live in their local communities and will be more engaged with material if it reflects the realities in which they live. You will need to use different examples to teach a farmer's son than a banker's son in New York. And you'll need different examples to teach a gangbanger's son or a dock worker's son. It's horrible. I should not be going gangbanger's son for Baltimore, because that's like a horrible stereotype. But, I mean, the last time I taught at-risk youth. So I literally taught the gang members and the people coming into the school from the juvenile detention center. So, yeah, you need different examples. If you can give someone an example that they can tie back to the crimes that they think they're going to have to do for a living forever, they're going to pay attention to what you have to say. And then they might decide, oh, I actually like this math shit, and try to do a little bit better in school and get a basic scholarship to the local university and study math, and then email you 5 years later through an email that they got from one of your old professors to go, hi, you don't remember me, I am so-and-so. I don't remember your name anymore, so-and-so, because this email was like 7 years ago, but I remembered you. You were the bastard. You were the bastard in the class who told me, yeah, but why does 1 + 1 = 2, huh? And then I frickin' told you, because I had just finished reading Bertrand Russell's Principia. Like, these poor kids, they're chuckling over this guy being like, yeah, could you prove 1 + 1 is 2? And me going, in the time period allotted? No, but I can outline the proof. Yeah. Do you know the outlined proof of 1 + 1 = 2, right? He was supposed to be an asshole. You know how kids are. I was like, I went ahead. I had time. We had time in the schedule, so I showed it. And then he ended up, that ended up inspiring this kid, and he went on, he got a Bachelor of the Arts in Mathematics. And actually, I think he went on, I think he has a better math education than I do at this point. I'm pretty sure he went on to start studying his PhD. What's the what the fuck? Are you trying to tell me that you can present Bertrand Russell's Principia to high school students in a 30-minute class period. It is a very strangely done text. It is because it's trying to do everything from first principles, but like because I had just read Principia, I had just also discussed it with my professors, so I had a sense of the more traditional way of proving 1 + 1 = 2, which is to define numbers as nested nested objects built from the null set by iterative power set operations, so that a number has itself as its cardinality. So, you know, you have the empty set has cardinality 0, so you say that the empty set is 0. Power set of the empty set becomes 1, power set of 1 becomes 2. You observe that this power set operation is succession. You call that the succession operator. You define addition as iterative succession. And then you show 1 + 1 is 1 time the succession operator applied to 1, which is definitionally 2. And that's basically just what I did, was that, with a little bit more padding, because, like, high school sophomores. And like, you just have these kids, and not the kid, but a different kid was just like, holy shit. And I'm like, yeah, you can delve as deep into this as you want. But now, we're just going to not do this, because this is a pain in the ass. Who wants to do this? Let's do this. This is less of a pain in the ass. And just like, it made this kid go do a math degree. And it's like, yeah, this kid was getting shuffled into the school on a daily basis from juvenile detention. I want to say for drug stuff, for drug shit. Like, this kid had, like, been dealing weed or something in middle school and got, you know, a few years in prison because fuck kids, you know. God's forbid that a kid, you know, not get thrown in prison for selling weed, and was getting bussed into this room, got this class, finished up his, like, prison thing, busted his ass off to get better grades, and just got a math degree. I think he's on his way, and I don't know if he got his PhD, but I know he applied for and got accepted to a PhD program. He might have burned out of it, I don't know. But, like, hey, theoretically out there's a research mathematician who was almost a drug dealer professionally, and it's, yay, I did that. But, like, part of that is, hey, meeting a kid where they are is sometimes taking their smartassery and treating it seriously and saying, sure, you want to do that? We'll do that. Principia is a fucking weird text. I actually encourage you to read it. If you have any background in math and mathematical logic, I strongly encourage you to read Principia. It is a major pain in the ass. It is really fucking weird. But it is also like, goodness gracious, the contortions you're doing to avoid making any additional assumptions and minimize your definitions is great. I love it. But yeah. Real politics. Real, actual political situations. Person here should be in this office. This particular policy. Like, you know what? I would be willing to grant the question of whether or not the United States should be honoring its treaty obligations to provide Israel with weaponry as Israel is doing a genocide. I would be willing to grant that as being a sensitive political issue. Yep. That is how they do define 3. But yeah, I would define that should U.S. fulfill its legal obligations to provide arms as a sensitive political topic. That is a political issue. hi, we have a treaty obligation. We can obey it or we can violate it. That's a political question. What is not a political question is like, is Israel presently undergoing a genocide in the Gaza Strip? Yes. They have been for like a year. They have gone far beyond any sort of sensible, reasonable, retaliatory police action. Like, theoretically, you could argue the immediate aftermath was a excessive retaliatory police action, but no, they have been in genocide period. And they are in invading another sovereign state period. That's not... Making that assertion is not a sensitive political topic. That is reality. What we should do as citizens of the United States and as the United States government, as Israel's effective suzerain, is a sensitive political topic. Twitch, that's an example of an actual sensitive political topic. Trans people exist and should have access to jobs is not a sensitive political topic. People putting ads on the internet accusing trans people of being weird frickin' groomers, being delusional, is not a sensitive political topic. It's just reality. You know, Elon Musk is a crybaby because his daughter's a trans and his wife cucked him with a trans woman. That's not a sensitive political issue. It's, well, the first part is a demonstrable fact, and the second part is a widely believed, like, theory shared within the community. I cannot prove that Grimes slept with Chelsea Manning. My brain shoving together Elon Musk and Chelsea Manning. Chelsea Manning is not the best person on the planet, but she does not deserve to be compared to Elon Musk. But, like, yeah, did they do that? Can I confirm that? No, but like, everyone believes it. And, honey, your overreaction to everything, Mr. Musk, certainly does not discredit the, underlying theory, honey. Not at all. Ugh. Yeah. So, former U.S. Senate primary candidate Chelsea Manning. You're right. Former U.S. Senate primary candidate Chelsea Manning. That makes it a sensitive political issue. Except it doesn't, because she's not a current Senate primary candidate. And even if it did, it's not a sensitive political issue who someone's fucking. Okay? Brendan Scott marrying his baby mama is not a sensitive political issue. It's just his personal life of our mayor. Woohoo! Congratulations, may you have a long and healthy and joyous relationship. I don't give a shit. Like, I appreciate the work that you have done as a mayor in repairing, like, portions of the city. Please do a little bit more to crush some of the internal corruption of your administration. You've done a good job. It's certainly less corrupt than previous ones. Like, you're not stealing gifts intended for poor children and passing them out to people who do you political favors for their kids, like your primary opposition was doing. And honestly, you handled the Key Bridge shit very well. I am actually quite impressed and happy with the mayoral handling of the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. That was actually a good thing. Not the bridge collapse. The bridge collapse was kind of shitty, caused a lot of, like, local problems, but the mayor's handling of the bridge collapse was pretty good, all things considered. Could he have done more to support the workers who were out of work? Yes. Well, I don't want to I don't want to say yes, because I don't know whether or not he had the legal authority in the state of Maryland to do more. Morally, could he have? Yes. Legally, could he have? I don't know. But also, I wouldn't expect any like of his rivals to do as well as he did. I would not like he did better than the current mayor of Omaha. Had she been in his situation, wouldn't have done nearly as well. Current mayor of Omaha, who, among other things, doesn't live in Nebraska anymore and fucked off to like go live with her boyfriend in a different state. Like, I'm sorry, you should have to step down for being mayor if you don't live in the city you represent anymore. Politics is like that. Those are actual political issues. By the by, real political issues. Not a political issue. Women have the right to decide whether or not they get pregnant. That's not a political issue, that's just reality. That follows from the idea that women exist as individuals with control over their own bodies. Actually. Yeah. Like, even my deeply conservative mother is mad about Roe v. Wade. And she's like an anti-abortion person. She thinks that a woman who gets an abortion, if there isn't like a serious medical concern, has committed a murder and will need to face God about it. But in her words, as an old lady pre-Roe v. Wade, making abortion illegal isn't going to stop sinners from getting abortions. It's just going to make them go into back alley doctors and do things with, like, coat hangers and such. And then those babies are going to die more painfully, and the women may never get a chance to make the right choice again in the future. My mother's weird sort of conservatism is coming out right there, but, you know, hey, that's right. And like I was reading just today about this a teenager down in Texas, where they've banned abortion after the Roe v. Wade overturning. And this teenager, pregnant teenager, baby died. Having a dead baby in your womb causes you health problems. I don't know if you know this. And contrary to what, like, crazy... Yeah, no, a sort of conservative... No, my mother is actually very, like, conservative. She engages with reality as it exists, and that's very important. You can have conservative values and engage with reality as it exists. You can have some takes that are kind of weird in contemporary standards, but, you know, it is. But yeah, this kid, you know, was having health problems. And as one does when one has a dead thing inside of you. And her body was not disgorging it, because that does not always happen, despite what crazy far-right lunatic dudes think it does. And she goes to the ER. She had to go to 3 different ERs and do several unnecessary excessive tests before they were willing to start removing the child. Because it would technically be abortion if the child were still alive. Child is, again, very important to note, dead and rotting and killing the mother, who died, by the by. The teenager is dead. She did not survive. The doctors took so long covering their asses because of Texas's new fucking law that it killed a teenager. And conservative people may talk about, you know, right decisions and right choices and all that. But, again, throwback, they were complaining about the reduction in teen pregnancies. Kind of sounds like they want pregnant teens and shouldn't be decrying pregnant teens as people making bad choices. Well, we all know they want pregnant teens because they want the teens to be engaged and married to them as old freaking perverts, but we cannot assume that. We cannot prove that in a court of law. Allegedly. Rhetorically, these men want to fuck teenagers and engage in some fucked up weird breeding fantasies. By the by, point doesn't matter. Point matters, they killed a teenage gal who was doing everything by the book, right? She was in a long-term committed relationship with her boyfriend with like intent to marry, is my understanding. She had avoided the dread contraception because that's a sin. She had decided to keep the baby because that's what a good little girl does. And then it died, and she died because the doctors were too busy covering their asses. And I hold the doctors responsible for that too. This is like coming from the same root as a lot of the fatphobic bullshit where they're so concerned about covering their asses from potential lawsuits that they don't provide the health care that they need to provide. Chocobo song. This is not the appropriate moment. Ba 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 ba. The doctors killed the kid because they're afraid of lawsuits. Is that a sensitive political issue, though? Is that a sensitive political issue? A kid dying because the doctors don't take care of her? I'd say no. That's reality. That's the real world. That is what happens when you deny people the right of bodily autonomy. Like, when I go to a surgeon and the surgeon says, oh, you're too fat, I can't fix your hernia because of the risk. And I say, what are the risks? And then the surgeon explains to me and I go, I'm willing to accept those risks, fix my hernia. And the surgeon goes, no. Surgeons violated my bodily autonomy. I have asserted that I recognize and understand those risks and accept them, fix the thing causing me constant pain. Doctor does not accept that. And it ultimately comes down to not viewing the topic as fully human. If you view someone as fully human and fully capable of making their own choices, then when they make that choice, even if you disagree with it, you go, okay. When you go along and you say, women having the right to reproductive freedom is a sensitive political issue, what you're saying is, women existing as people, as human beings, is a sensitive political issue. No, it's not. Women are human beings and have entitlement to all basic human rights, which includes bodily autonomy, which includes control of their own reproductive system. That's not a sensitive political issue. That's just reality, honey. If you grant that humans have basic human rights, and you grant that women are humans, then it follows, therefore, etc. That's not what conservatives argue, because they will lose if they say women are property and are not full humans and don't have the full right for society, but that is what they believe. I've grown up around them. But my so-called male socialization was in those circles, where you would hear men say things like, well, the world would be better if women still couldn't vote. Like, that's legitimately something I had a guy say to me in the locker room in high school, and I'm like, what the fuck is your problem, buddy? And on and on and on. Right? That's how it goes. And then, like... And that's what they're arguing, right? They're arguing that they're not human and don't deserve human rights. That's not a sensitive political issue. That's wrong. And it's not a sensitive political issue to call them out on that. It's just wrong. People saying other people aren't humans and don't have basic rights is wrong. So, like, immigration, immigrants, you know what? There could be a political issue associated with immigrants. What policy should we have? Blah, blah, blah. But that's not the topic of conversation. The topic of conversation is around theoretical illegal immigrants, and that's just a code word for Mexicans. And now, suddenly, the question is... Or about, like, non-native English speakers, basically. So here's the question. Are Mexicans human beings deserving of full human rights? Yeah. Are Arabs? Yeah. Are Muslims? Yeah. Are Jewish folk? Yeah. Are Chinese folk? Yeah. Down and down the list we go. Are Indian folk? No, so he'll come over here and become my house slave. Rah. No, of course Indian folk are, like, human beings deserving of full human rights. Except the Sinhalese, haha. That one I'm not going to correct. Queen Melina, come be mad at me. No, I'll correct it. That's not true. Like, Sinhalese people are, again, human beings deserving of full human rights. I just like being mean to Queen Melina. Queen Melina, who is simultaneously Sinhalese, which I am probably mispronouncing, and British. Goodness gracious. Are British people full human beings deserving of equal human rights? Well, if you look at the history of British colonization, maybe we can call the humanity of the British into question. Oh, of course they're humans. That's the entire point of this argument, is I'm listing absurd situations and you're insane for not thinking that these people are humans. Is any of that, like, politically controversial? It shouldn't be. It's not a sensitive political issue. If you come in here and tell me that an Iranian is not a full human being, I'm going to say, what the hell are you wrong with you? Like, that's how things go. Oh yeah, it's just a rant stream. I was thinking I would go into playing a video game an hour ago, but no, this is still just a rant stream. This is... I am very mad, and I have not finished having rant about things, love. Are Cajun people full humans? I'm also going to go with the no, come here and be my house slave, love. No, of course Cajun folk are real folk. And then something, just because I'm from the bio, don't make me Cajun, something, I remember that. Are Lalafels humans? Technically? I think. I think all of the Final Fantasy XIV playable races are technically humans. I want to say yes, Lalafell are technically humans. But really, we all know Lalafels are actually potatoes and taste delicious chopped up on a salad. Make Lalafell tikka. Lalafell patties. I want a Lalafell, actually. I've been so tempted lately to, like, use one of my surviving vials of Fantasia to Lalafell again. I haven't, but, like, oh my gosh, I want to. I love being Lala. I love the Lala emotes. The Lala variations of emotes are just so good. I wish there was, like, an option for me to go, hi, I want to be my full-size cute Aura self and make the Lala emotes. It's part of why I love Hum. Hum is like a Lala emote, and everyone gets to do it. It's so good. Uh, but yeah, that's that. Again, are they humans? And then like the LGBT issue. Like, what actually is the controversial political issue at the heart of LGBTQIA plus? Hmm? Is it is it the question of whether or not trans youth deserve health care? Because I mean, I was a trans youth, and that always gets painted. That always gets painted by people into like genital surgeries, and then people say it never happens. And I just want to say, for clarity, number one, trans people are not talking about genital surgeries for youth when we talk about trans youth deserving healthcare or deserving transition. Transition is not genital surgeries. Transition is a long, complicated process that involves legal elements, it involves social elements, it involves hormones. But also, number two, genital surgeries on minors do occasionally occur. Like a hospital in my hometown had to deny a request for information and successfully did deny a request for information under the assertion that there were so few genital surgeries done on minors in their hospital over its lifetime that, and non-intersex, they're clarifying non-intersex on this, that it would be a HIPAA violation to report the number. And that itself is telling, right? And I have had the good fortune to meet a trans gal who had a genital surgery while she was a minor in the US. She came out to her family when she was extremely young. Her family was not supportive at first. They came around before she was in puberty. She went on hormone blockers. The hormone blockers continued until the point where they transitioned her into Hun hormones. I don't think this girl has ever had proper hormone load, and it I'm like, oh, poor girl. But so many gals get Hun hormones. It's okay, fine. Yay, 2 milligrams estradiol, 50 milligrams spironolactone. Yep, that'll do it. Ugh. But and then she got, when she was still 17, with parental permission, after basically being in transition for more than a decade, GRS. And then she went stealth. She went stealth until basically this shit started, and she's like, actually, I need to not be stealth anymore so that people know that, hey, the trans youth who get healthcare turn out to be people like me who work sensible jobs, who have, successful lives, and the house and the wife and the 2 dogs and respectful managerial positions at work. And oh my god, she got hit by trans misogyny. She will report how much worse her job got when she was seen as a trans woman instead of just a woman. Because trans women are viewed socially as less than women. It is just how we are, and it's a bad thing, and we need to fix it. Not a controversial political statement to say, hi, trans people deserve the same equal human rights as everyone else. But so now that we have gone through, right, the trans youth argument, and just realized, oh, this is just a question of whether or not, and looked at the reality. It's a question of whether or not a youth deserves healthcare. And oh, to tell me, wonderful person, is that a sensitive political issue? Whether or not children deserve to be treated for what ails them? If your kid has cancer and you're refusing to let them get treated for cancer, that's child abuse. It's the same shit if you have a trans kid, okay? It's child abuse. And yes, Mother, I am including you in that. I am aware that you did your best. I don't necessarily blame you for it. I blame Blanchard because I know that you suspected I was trans and worked with your mother and kind of their connections to the academic community to hook you up with what you believe to be the preeminent, like, scholar of transgender treatment of the time. And he gave you really bad advice because Blanchard is a fucking weird ass pervert. I'm kind of low-key, not low-key surprised to learn that he didn't be like, yeah, make sure that she transitions and is nice and young and pretty for me and likes the boys. Because that's like his thing. He's weird. But, you know, it happened as it happened. And, you know, she did that, and it was still child abuse. I mean, I think everyone from my generation knows someone who was abused by their parents because their parents thought they were doing good by them. You know, in my case, because Blanchard told her that I should be able to say, I am a woman before considering transition, and that me going, ugh, why do I have to have a penis and my sister doesn't? That's so unfair, is insufficient. Why, you know, me repeatedly stealing my sister's clothes because I wanted to, you know, wear the cute dress and not the suit was insufficient. Me signing up to be an acolyte at church because they gave me a flowy dress in their, like, robes was insufficient. I mean, there's other things that my mother wasn't privy to. She wasn't privy to me, like, laying with my head on my best friend's lap going, why do I feel like a lesbian stuck in a guy's body? And her going, it's really uncomfortable for you to be saying that 2 inches from my cunt. But, like, you know, none of that would have been sufficient for Blanchard. And then, you know, my mother's not at fault for listening to Blanchard. It was still child abuse, though. And nowadays, oh, random parent listening on the internet in the theoretical future and being mad about this, you're abusing your children if they are trans and you're not permitting them to transition. Like, even Lee is letting Rex socially transition, right? Like, I think I shit on my ex-wife a lot because she's a bitch. And she does not like Rex's transition. And she has flat out said no testosterone, etc., etc. But I think it is very important that she, and she won't dead names him all the time, but I think it's very important that she is like, if you want people to call you Rex and refer to you by he, him, that's your prerogative. I think it is important to give her credit for, you know, permitting him to socially transition, which I know a lot of people don't. So kudos, Lee. Stop dead naming Rex. Although actually, I've had to talk to her a lot lately, and I keep saying Rex he, and Lee has taken to sending me emails that say Rex she. Like, she doesn't gender Rex correctly, but she started calling Rex Rex, and I can appreciate that. I think she's realized that it's like a nothing burger to refer to our youngest son by his chosen name, and that he is far less rebellious once she does so. I think also that, like, she had a conversation with Child Protective Services in Pennsylvania, and they were like, yo, chill out. Like, there was a mess. It's kind of calmed down, but, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, like, it's not a sensitive political issue. No. It's just best practices, honey. Dear parent listening who has a trans kid and you're concerned, let your kid transition. Call your kid by their preferred name and pronouns. Literally, if they are not like 16, that is it, right? If they're under like 12 or 10, you don't even think about blockers yet. Like if you have an 8-year-old, the social transition is let them dress how they want, let them use the name they want, use the pronouns they want. Like, just do that. If it's a phase, they'll grow out of it. I'm not going to stand here and say it's never a phase because, like, I don't know everyone on the planet. I'm sure someone has a phase. Like, maybe not so much now, but like, yeah, if we get free trans everything and we start being sensible, you know, I could see a kid who's like effeminate going, oh, maybe I'm one of the trans people, and then like trying it on for a year or two and going, oh no, that's not right at all. I just like pink. I could see that. And you know what? I think that's a good future. A future where you can try out different things. That's part of being a kid, right? And if you start using that dinosaur example, may I present you a counterpoint? And this is coming from one of my dear friends and his kid. He has a kid who said, "Rawr, I'm a velociraptor." This kid's like 3. And he went, oh no. And he put up like a velociraptor fence in a corner of the room around his desk so that the velociraptor can't get him. And the kid thought it was great. The kid was engaged. The kid got over it in like 2 days, but like, because that's being trans isn't like saying, "Rah, I'm a dinosaur." It's, you know, a core aspect of your being that you have to puzzle out over time. But like, you know, entertaining the idea that his kid might be a velociraptor made his kid really happy, made his kid really engaged. OMG, what a shocker. Oh gosh, the opera scene. I look forward to the opera scene. I love the opera scene. Let's see, what other aspects? So so we've covered the trans use thing. This is not a controversial political topic. It's just reality. That's all it is. If you're treating it as a controversial political topic, you are succumbing by default to weird ass perverts who are obsessed with like child fertility and weird conspiracy theories that don't have any basis in reality. So like, yeah, stop it. If it's about should trans people, you know, work in certain jobs, that's another one. It's like, well, you know, we just don't want you to be around children, is something I have heard. Well, number one, you're assuming that being trans makes me like a pedo or something, and I'm not. Like, I have my girlfriend and my bestie that I've had a crush on for years in chat, and they can both attest that I'm really awkward about it, because prior to them, I was like, to the two of them, I was like into older people almost exclusively. Like, prior to that, the biggest age gap I had down was like 3 or 4 years. And the largest age gap I've had up was me at 19 with a guy in his early 80s. Like, I am in the age is just a number. Hey there, old lady. Love you, crow's feet. Don't worry about the age gap. Like, I'm one of those people. I'm not one of those, hey kid, age is just a number perverts. No. Like, I like older women, and apparently the 2 people hanging out in chat. But, so, you know, offensive to me personally. But now let's think, you know, let's entertain. Your children meet a trans person for the first time. However, shall we deal with this? Because this is a situation I've had to encounter. As I mentioned, I have Mormon cousins, and they have children. And one of my Mormon cousins is pretty supportive, but his wife is a TERF. Like, I need to be very clear. Like, this woman has sprouted transphobic shit since the day I met. She would sprout it at me when I was in the closet thinking that, like, I would agree with her. And when I'm like, that seems like bullshit, she would be, like, offended and start going off about the sacred blah 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 of women. So, how do they deal with explaining to their kids that, because their kids are good friends with my kids. Every family reunion until COVID, they would like beeline to hang out because like my kids were like, oh my gosh, the Mormon kids are so like responsible and considerate, and we like that. And the Mormon kids would go, dang, the Westman kids are like so cool. Like, oh my gosh. And they get along. So when Rex comes out as a trans guy and I come out as a trans gal, how do they deal with this? Well, I can tell you how they dealt with it. If you are a religious person who is raising your children to be religious and you want to explain trans people to them, here is the shortcuts that my Mormon cousin used for his daughter. Sometimes God puts a boy's soul in a girl's body or a girl's soul in a boy's body, and that causes the person some issues. We don't know why God does this. It's part of his mysterious plan. But your second cousin and his, now mother, decided they want to change their bodies to match their souls. Okay, was that hard? Tell me, anyone, do you think that, like, a teenager would have trouble understanding that? Like, does it have philosophical issues? Yeah, it assumes the existence of a soul. Yeah, like, well, that's the response, but that's not what he said, because, you know, he's a cis guy. He's a cis guy who I think I was the first trans person he ever met. Like, that's not a phrase that he had heard yet. But, like, do you think it's that's a hard explanation for a kid? And if you don't believe in souls, you can say the mind thing. The mind thing might not actually be that unreasonable. There is something I've read about hormone washes and setting the mind's patterns. I don't like gendering the mind in general because, like, I grew up getting told absurd shit like, well, women are just never as smart as men because that's how the woman mind works, and that's just biology. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's weird. No. But, you know, if you want to talk about it in terms of mind, like, you don't need to go down the full spectrum details with a kid about trans people. You don't have to go, well, actually, physical sex is a continuum, and the classification of bodies into male and female is a socially constructed aspect, sorting bodies for ease in reproduction. And because we don't want to always be looking at people's junk, we have attached elements of social norms and cues and mores to those categories, which have created the categories of man and woman. And we see and observe those norms and mores and relate to them and internalize them as our own sense of gendered self, which may disconnect with the one to which we are assigned by society, blah, 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 blah. You don't need to give all that to a kid. You don't need it. Heck, if you're trans, you don't need it. Honey, are you a trans woman and you're just like, I'm a woman's soul in a man's body? Yeah, like, if you're a trans woman and you go and you want to think about yourself as, I'm just a woman's soul in a man's body, go ahead. It's fine. You know, there's some major philosophical issues in it, but not everyone's a philosopher. Oh my god. And it's not a political complication thing to tell kids that trans people exist. You just have to go, yeah. Sometimes the body and the spirit are different, and, you know, you can change the body easier than you can change the spirit nowadays. So they'll just change the body, and that's fine. Yeah, you don't need to go to first principles to predict where your trebuchet will hit. You can. It's fun. But you don't have to. That's one of those problems I sketched on my wall and then forgot to erase, and then it dried in, and I had to repaint my apartment, and they were mad at me. I've told you that story before in person. You'll be happy to know that going into principles to protect where the trebuchet will hit was one of them. In particular, it involved like creating a generalized expression for how much weight you had to put into one of the baskets based upon the length of the arm of the trebuchet, the distance from the trebuchet to a wall, the height up the wall that a hole was placed, and the intention is to fire the shot through the hole in the wall in order to hit like a target on the other side. And though we had to create this expression, we had to find out like what constraints there were, like how far, like what range could the target on the other side of the wall be to hit them, what ranges could you have for the like trebuchet, all of that. It was a complicated problem. It was fun though. I liked it. Don't ask me to remember the solution though. It was again 2006, I want to say. Oh. Oh goodness. Hey girl. When I was getting in trouble for sketching on the walls of my dorm, you were in elementary school. Isn't that weird? I'm sorry. That's deeply inappropriate, but also I have to. We're still in rant stream, but I'm in a much better mood. I was really pissed off 2.5 hours ago. I was really pissed off 2.5 hours ago. My mood is much improved. Passage of time is a cruel mistress. Oh my god, I used to be thin and hot. Like, oh my gosh, I used to be thin and hot, and now I'm like fat and not, and it's fine. Yeah. I mean, in a certain extent, like, time is an illusion and all things proceed through in that same infinitesimal moment between the birth and the death of the universe. But that doesn't help me right now. That doesn't help me. I'm getting near to 40. Wow. My son is asking to skip summer visit so that he can go to a summer internship. My son is old enough to be going to summer internships. Wow. But yeah, should trans people be able to do jobs around kids? Yeah. Why the hell not? Especially when there's a lot of jobs around kids that are like, they're struggling filling. Should trans people be in management positions? Yes. In fact, this one I will argue that a trans person might be even better in some management positions than a cis person. On account of the fact that we have to cope with reality over the assumptions of reality, right? Because I think it's very important to remember that transgender people are given the assumption that we are our assigned genders at birth, right? Like, I was given the assumption you are boy. Uh, like, so it was. So the whole apparatus informs me. And I'm not boy. I'm southwest of woman. Like, that's a reality that differs from the assumption, right? If I am someone who just listens to the assumptions of the world, then I am well, I can tell you who I would be, because I was this person until, 2020. I was a depressed, alcoholic mess. Was I thinner than I am right now? Yeah. I was also not eating enough. I was drinking so much bourbon that I would pass out every night, throw up half the time. Like, it is so important to remember that I was not living a healthy life when I was pretending to be boy. But that is the expectation placed by the burdens of society and social convention. And it's important, I think, to remember that this sort of thing is a systemic symbolization of the real. And everything in life undergoes such a systemic symbolization. And that includes whatever business you're dealing with. Your business considerations are symbolized. They're symbolized in your assumptions and kind of your common sense about your business. And the thing is, your business's success and failure don't depend on the symbolization of the real. They depend on the real. It doesn't matter what your common sense tells you. It matters what reality is. And a trans person has direct lived experience in looking at a situation where things aren't working out like they expect, breaking it down, finding out the element of common sense that is not matching with reality, and fixing matters. Like, at its core, that's what the trans experience is, hi, common sense tells you I am boy. But something is wrong with that. How do we fix that? And, we will say, politically, I am girl. Or if we understand a little bit more about what boy and girl mean in the social constructs of society, we will point out that gendered self is not actually a real thing. It's a social construct. We actually just have expectations for what our bodies should be, and those are gendered socially, as our bodies are gendered socially, and we are, just expressing a deviation in expectation versus, between two, not even expectation versus reality, between two different expectations for how we should be gendered within society. And how do you fix that? Well, we already know that you can't just ignore it. So you have to do something about it. And the something is transition, baby. And, if you take a trans person who's already gone through that and you make them a manager at your company, a manager of a team, and some shit hits the fan and it's not behaving the way it's supposed to, they're going to already have the experience to go, okay, what assumption are we making that isn't true? And how should we treat that? So yeah, not only should trans people be employed and, be allowed to be promoted and all of that, we may actually be more inclined naturally. Ha ha ha, that's not true. All of that is not true. The truth is that there are incompetent trans women and competent trans women. We all know all of them. There are sane and insane trans women. There are stable and unstable trans women. I am an unstable trans woman here. I'm not gonna lie to you. Everyone knows I'm a little unstable. I I had like a 2 hour cry this afternoon because another trans gal was complaining about a socio-political situation associated around asexuality versus hypersexuality and the judgments associated with hypersexuality. And I had misinterpreted her and thought that she was just upset that she didn't have like an unstigmatized word for it. And I was like digging through prefixes and constructing things. And I like episexuality, actually. That one is a fun one, I think. Same prefix as epicenter. Above. I think about it. But that was not what she meant. And she was like, that's not what I mean. And I just took it out of left field in completely the wrong way and had like an, oh, well, I'm a worthless human being who fails miserably, cry for like 2 hours. And then Cass, I love you, Cass. Cass was just like, hug. I don't even think Cass was aware what was going on. Cass was just like, hug. And it was like just at the time I needed hug. And it's like, yay, I love you, Cass. Yay. I love you. Asterisk, romantically, sexually, platonically? I don't know. I don't understand what those are. I'm coming to terms with the fact that my sexuality is best described as, I don't know what the hell sexuality is, actually. Yes. It would be. It would be. It would be very much improved by a girl to hug IRL. Honestly, I feel like I need 2 girls IRL. One whom I can nuzzle up to, like, who can be behind me and hold me, and then another that I can, like, hold. I want to be middle spoon, please, and thank you. Let's make that happen. Cass, we get you up here to Baltimore, and then we just need a second girl, and then we can, like, I can be middle spoon, or we can alternate, fine. Because I think everyone wants to be middle spoon. I think everyone, when you go, ooh, I get to have 2 girlfriends, is like, oh, I can middle spoon. Yay. I want a middle spoon. But you know, we can work it out, right? Other people can middle spoon too. And I am totally not partially like flagged here by the awkwardness of sometimes my girlfriend being like allo adjacent and me being ace adjacent, and like my concern about her potentially being like, oh, I need sex, and me being like, I'm averse. And then we make like a girlfriend circle. Oh my god. This is how the Portland follicule came to be, I'm sure of it. Yes. The Cuddleasaurus. Perfect. Brilliant. We need a Cuddleasaurus. See, here I am just thinking I want to have 2 girlfriends so that if I am feeling averse and one of my girlfriends is feeling like super desperately horny, I can be like, go! Other girlfriend, have fun, report later. Let me work on my spreadsheet. I'm going to share my spreadsheets. I'm going to show my spreadsheet off. We're moving away from rant, but we're going to stick in just chatting. I'm going to share my spreadsheet. Where's my spreadsheets? So, I always want to run Kingmaker, and I don't like Pathfinder, and I don't like their kingdom rules. So there's a game out there. There's a module for Traveler 4th Edition. Traveler 4th Edition is not good generally. I don't like it. And this is sometimes deranged. Like, oh goodness. I don't have it open, so I can't like scroll to it. But there's a portion of it where they're like, oh, and then culture. acts as a detriment on economic activity. And there's like several paragraphs justifying this idea that you're going to scale down culture by scale down economic productivity by 1 over culture. So the more cultured a community is, the less economic productivity they have. And eventually you go, oh, what they're doing here is they're like talking about non-productive labor. So like they're talking about like the difference between a guy who goes and sings in an opera house and a guy who goes and sings on the street corner for no money. Like, one of those is going to generate taxable income for the government, and one of them isn't. And I think that the guy was like not making that distinction because he was like doing some weird libertarian shit at another point too. So I think it was just kind of like this weird, I don't understand how material economic focuses work. But it was fun. But the system itself is great. So like, this is just Empire stats. I haven't done anything with this yet. These dark red squares are squares that you're not supposed to manipulate because they're calculated. Some of them are not calculated yet. Like this one, I haven't built the things to calculate the social tax rate or the base tax rate. But I have done some of these, like expected cultural, religious, education, and malicious spending. You know, your different regions are going to have an expected amount that you're going to spend on these things. And then you have like the actual amount that you can choose to spend, and here's the deficit, because this actual number is not just 2, it's several. So you have a small deficit versus expected expenditures. And then we have our revenue calculations, you know, which is based on tax rates and the economy of regions, and then foreign investments and tariffs, which haven't been calculated yet. And that gives us like your revenues, and then you have your expenses, and then your surplus change, and then you have your surplus, and that's how much money you could have to spend like silly willy-nilly on by your government. And I'm having fun with this. I did this for a couple hours this morning. I had so much fun. So like we have our economic calculations here. So these are trade-related variations, so they haven't been calculated yet. But everything down here is successfully calculated. Except for these 2 numbers, which are variables. So I should block out these. But basically, you have your GWP, because this is originally like for a space game, so these regions would be like solar systems. But you have a constant, this is from the actual like Pocket World rule calculation. You have a constant, then you have the tech level, the idea being the higher the tech level of a society, the more effectively you can harvest resources. Like, tech level 2 is Middle Ages, basically. So, obviously, you cannot harvest your resources and turn them into finished productive goods and so forth as effectively in a medieval society as you can in an industrial society. Tech level, you adjust that based on that. Available resources is calculated, but represents kind of your total value of that area. Labor factor is calculated, represents the effectiveness of your labor force. Infrastructure is calculated, reflects the like efficiency of your infrastructure. Like tech level, this could be greater than 1. I haven't figured out exactly how I want it to work yet. I think I want it to be calculated, but it's not calculated in their base. And then this is what they called culture. I call it untaxable economic activity. And that's a modifier. And you can see here, it's all of these multiplied together and divided by that. And then there's a +1. So if this is 0, we don't have problems. And then we have these goods here, which can scale up your productivity by making basically the value of your finished goods higher. So this is representing turning your resources in a particular area into like more and more valuable stuff. This is representing kind of international demand for your trade, which in total means you have more productivity, which means that there's more potential taxable money running out of things. I think this is a pretty, simple little thing, and it's fairly simple to add new regions too. I have my resource calculations per region. So these are just the numbers I thought of. And you'll see that these are all calculated from regional-based stats. So these are all calculated, and then they're summed together to be available. We have our labor calculations. So we have a scaling factor. This is just a constant. I haven't decided what it's going to be yet. I have to decide what sort of numbers I want to come out of it, and then this is going to kind of affect that. But you have population, which is coming from, you can see this table repeatedly, regional base stats. These are editable values. This one might come out of a calculation. I haven't decided yet, but it's basically, this is the percent of the population that is children, too young to work, percent too old to work, percent too sick to work, percent just saying, fuck you, I'm not working otherwise. And then you have your working population. So there's 500 people, but only 105 of them are actually working in this region. These numbers might be a little high, but actually this, this does kind of track. Like about 30% of the population's kids, about 20% is too old to work. About 10% at any given time too sick, about 10% saying, fuck you, I'm not working. Those are not unreasonable numbers. Like this might actually be a fairly sensible representation. I mean, this is basically unemployment. So like, something like that is more sensible, I think. And hey, look, it's 122 people now working. And this is the percentage of waking hours. So, if you are up for 16 hours, what percent of the workday are you spending engaged in productive activity? We'll let this vary from place to place. And then we get our labor factor. Yeah, and there's that K3, it's a multiplication. So you have the base, regional base stats C3. I don't need to reference that directly. I can make that there. I can reference that through F3. That way, if I decide I want to change where population is coming from, it's still there. Population is coming from regional base stats. Then here's our UAM thing. This is where I left off. I was about ready to start calculating out culture. So that's where it went. And this is actually culture now. So these are people, these are values representing how much people are doing activity that isn't like economic isn't generating taxable income. So like your government bureaucrats aren't generating taxable income. They're doing their bureaucracy. They're not producing taxable goods. Your military officers, they're doing their war thing. They're not producing taxable income. Your state religion isn't producing taxable income. Your state schools aren't, like, your teachers aren't producing taxable income. You can't leverage a government tax on students passing their tests. your kind of street artists aren't producing taxable income. These numbers, I think, are going to be a combination of a variable that is innate to the region, that represents the region's like culture and preference. I think I already have these. I already have these presented here. And then it's also going to be influenced by these things, in particular these deltas. So, if you have a militia spending, there's a certain amount of militia spending that is expected from the region, and then your government expenditure is going to adjust that. As you spend more money, you'll get more military, but that also means you're going to have more people dedicated to working in the military. And I think I'm going to also have like the impact of that on a region be driven by the region's militancy. Regions that are more militant are more likely to volunteer to join your army when you start hiring more soldiers, sort of thing. Which means that you could potentially have problems if you have a highly militant region that's producing your goods. And then these are all like actual values that we'd set based on the region. So you have population, you have your base values, which represents how much these cultures are, and then these rates. So basically, your region count is how many regions you have. Your religiosity rate is your base religiosity divided by the number of regions. So if you have 100 regions that are like not there, then that have no religiosity, and this one's got 1, well, the religiosity rate coming out of this is going to be low. And the idea is that this is the number then calculating national effects, and this one is the one calculating like this. So this religiosity would not be here, it would be this so far. And then we're gonna have like an additional calculation deriving from the religious spending delta and the religiosity rate. So something like plus our religious spending delta times our religiosity rate. By which I mean, yeah, that. Circular dependency detected. File settings. Yay! I have to do this because apparently I'll send you the spreadsheet later. I'm not even sure where this is coming from. So regional base stats D3 there. This is D3 by C3. E18 D19 minus C19. Regional base states IC1. Hi! E. I wish existence wasn't political either. You just missed me ranting for 2 hours before I went over into spreadsheet mode. I was so mad. And I explicitly, intentionally violated Twitch terms of service vis-a-vis the new Twitch rule that we must tag ourselves on our streams when we are doing controversial political topics, including LGBTQIA plus issues, reproductive rights, Nightcast, love you, mwah, and immigration. So I made certain to rant about those particular topics in the process of exemplifying why they're not controversial political topics, actually. There's just some freaking weird-ass loser chuds who want to, like, offer up some bullshit smokescreens around those topics. Because they don't want to admit that they don't view people as, like, fully human. But yeah. I think the problem on the spreadsheet is that the government summary value and this regional base value both come back to use this one value. I don't think it should actually be a required iterative calculation. I don't think that multiplying a value derived from a value and that value itself is a, like, relative thing, but I guess it is. But yeah, that's the general calculation, and then I might have to weigh these a little bit. But, you know, that's how it is. So these values, which are, again, representing sort of the local culture of that region and how it is weighted in terms of the overall size of the country, affect the baseline economic activity. And then over here, each of these is two values. There's these values should be fixed. So we have the amount of arable land in a region. You're not going to get more arable land. The amount of ore in the region, you're not going to get more ore. Amount of forested land, this might be able to change. But generally, you know, roughly so much of your land is forest. The amount of kind of raw luxury resources floating around, amount of raw magical resources. But then these values here, like, the governments should be able to manipulate these through investment and dictate and such. So, like, how much of the arable land are we cultivating? What rate can we cultivate with it? This is going to be affected by population down the line, but this is like an efficiency of it, right? So we can only affect, so like in this number, we can only really optimally handle a quarter of the arable land, and that is scaled down by, you know, the low population of the sample. We're even worse at digging up ore. It's easier with the medieval tech to mine out ore than it is to farm than it is to mine. No, we're better at harvesting wood, and then we're not as good with magic and luxury resources, and there's hardly any of them. So with this, then, we can then decide in advance, you know, what these regions are. I need to include a column on this that's just a 1 or 0 on whether or not that region's included, so I can list out all the different regions that could theoretically be relevant and stat this beforehand, and then just, like, toggle a 0 to a 1. I should do that. That would require putting that 0 into, like, everything. Yeah, that would require putting that 0 into all of that toggle into all of these, into this. I think it might just be better to, like, not. We are dealing with it here, so I guess I can do it by not defining the culture here yet. Or just defining the rates as 0 until they're loaded into the region count. That's what I should do. Okay. That saves me having to rewrite things. What I should do is do the region toggle, but this saves me some work. Yeah. And that's the spreadsheet done. Yay. Am I ever going to get to run Kingmaker again? I don't know. But I am in progress here. And what I still have to do, I have to do these tax rates. These are not discretionary. These are kind of set by default. So, like, basically, your society expects a certain level of taxes, and there's a certain level of taxes that you need to develop, just like to maintain your government. And so they're here. And generally, if discretionary tax rate is 0, and these numbers are properly calculated, this surplus I would expect to be 0. Basically. Like, if everything is healthy. Now, there's ways I want to make sure that there's ways for this to become unhealthy. So, like, you have a social pressure forcing your taxes by social tax rate down to below what is necessary to preserve your social spendings. And then your base taxes might be pressured down from there, and then you have to raise discretionary taxes. And, like, discretionary tax rate is the one that, like, people will be like, the taxes are too high. But the idea is that you need to have some discretionary tax rate if you want to have discretionary spending. And then if your your governmental system becomes unhealthy, you might need discretionary taxes to compensate for corruption eating away at, like, the socially accepted taxes. Or else turn to foreign investments and tariffs. I need to calculate the foreign trade value, which will include tariffs and such. It will also give us what we need to calculate these values. And then I need to decide what I want my general labor scaling factor to be. Because, like, right now, if we make that a 1, our labor factor is just there. What about loot? So, loot, because this is not an automated spreadsheet, and so some things will have to be done manually, like building in surplus. Loot would be calculated just like as a aspect of gameplay. You've done things through, you've done loot, and then we would have to convert that loot into our governmental resource units, which is what all these values are. I haven't decided how that would be conveyed yet. And then you just manually add it to the surplus. Like, that's not a recurring revenue source. But it is very much a thing where theoretically you could be running a deficit on your country to make everyone happy and then just marching your army around everywhere, stealing goods from your neighbors. That won't have consequences. But like, yeah, this is yeah, I'm putting Crusader Kings back into the spreadsheet, but the point is to enable people to roleplay as, uh, you know, leaders of a country, and by allowing them, and so I want to extract out and do a bunch of the calculations as I can. So, you know, all of these are calculated except tech level and infrastructure, because tech level can vary. Actually, tech level is probably going to always just be 2. If we're doing this in a fantasy world, it would basically always be 2. Because tech level 3 is like the Industrial Revolution. Infrastructure is something that you can invest and change over time. So that would be something where you're like, we're going to be going through and we're going to be investing in developing roads here. And as you're talking everything through and you do the role play at the conclusion of like the process, I go, yeah, you've got 2 infrastructure here now. Which you'll notice has doubled our effective GWP and doubled our revenue and doubled our surplus change. So maybe it's not 2, but more like 1.1. That's still an increase in how much money we're making, right? Discretionary taxing is a thing you can do that will impact things. There could be an event that leads to a plague, and now you have to deal with all these sick people. And, instead of that, you have half the population is sick. And now no one in this province is working because everyone is sick. Everyone who could be working is sick. And then probably these children are sick too. So probably what it is it's something more like this. And then we're going 50% of the population sick. We divide it evenly with a 1.5 modifier there. Okay. Well, now suddenly this is worse, but it's not like as catastrophically worse. But it has boiled into a change in the surpluses compared to there. That's not a huge change. But, that is like a 0.5 change in your surplus that's happening right there. And if that, if you've got a few more expenses going on, suddenly that might be enough to, like, cause problems. And if that's hitting everywhere, that could be an issue. And maybe I just increase that to 0.2. And then to 0.3, because you're not doing anything to fix it. And now suddenly you have a deficit coming through. I need to start raising some discretionary taxes. Like, or we could say that there's a big event, and like, oh hey, like, the population has doubled. Well, yay. We increase the regional base population. It's 1,000. Woohoo. But now, it's not 38% of the population that's children. It's like 65% of the population or something is children. And this is way lower. And then this is also, like, way lower. Like, basically 0 at this point. Just make it all smaller. And hey, it's not quite right. Now, the working population should be about the same. I have to do some calculations on the side. The point is, it's gonna take a while for those kids to come around, and then in like 40%, hey, now we have more people, and we eventually get back to that comfortable 30% population there, and like this is still not fully recovered because so much of the population was kids, and suddenly you're making a whole lot more money off of that area. Like this lets us finagle things based on events and such. Then this is all calculated. And then here we can try and do things to change these for a region. And we can, you know, try to do things that will affect these. So, you know, you can roleplay those things, but mostly you just be roleplaying and saying, I want to do this. And then you describe what you want to do, and you have the carry through, and I'm like, okay, and as a consequence, your kingdom has changed in this area. And the calculation runs through, and you're like, yay, we can cut taxes. Like, oh my gosh, we have so much money coming in. We can cut our... We can discretionarily reduce taxes from the increased income from the increased population. Yay! We should probably include a population calculation into our non-productive activities expectations from our spending. Or maybe we don't. Maybe they expect a certain amount of religious spending and the population's grown, but they still only really expect the one big church. And now that they've gotten bigger, we can afford it more. I don't know, I'll have to think about that. But yeah. That's the spreadsheet. I've spent so much time working on that spreadsheet today. Rah. Back to the shouting. Do I have anything else I want to rant about? I was going to play a game after like an hour ranting, and then the hour ranting turned into 3 hours of ranting and 20 minutes of let's look at the spreadsheet. Woohoo! I don't think so. I think I'm successfully shouted. Hopefully I've made my point that none of the things in that point that Twitch considers sensitive political topics are actually political topics at all, let alone sensitive. And hopefully the horde of people offering complaints to Twitch about that will make it sink into their heads that they're offering credence to a point of view that should not have credence offered by even having that policy. Like, I want to hope that it's just some misguided individual trying to calm things down and that it's going to change. Realistically, it's advertising, just like it is everywhere else. There's some weirdo conservative in advertising whose feelings are hurt because we're calling them bad people for just saying that they shouldn't, for just saying that trans people are scary and gross and like, oh my god, maybe we shouldn't have to see trans people in the workplace and in public life, and like we should relegate trans people back to the porn page where they belong, where we don't let them like get paid because we don't want to process porn with our credit card processors. Like, I'm sure that's probably what it is, which is horrible and gross, and that shouldn't be the case ever anywhere. There's a non-zero chance that this is like Bezos or executive level actual transphobia, like Twitch has a photomat problem. I don't think so. I think Twitch's culture has generally, from the corporate perspective, been, I don't want to say trans positive and LGBT positive, but like trans and LGBT tolerant. Like their corporate culture has always kind of been like, yay, we like LGBT people, they do the arts on our platform, hooray! But then not, like, bothering to learn what actually matters for the well-being of LGBT people. So I'd like to think that that's the situation. I am, of course, worried and worrisome because that is how I am. But I hope, at the very least, that my meaningless act of protest has made the, like, 10 people who watch my streams feel good. And I hope Twitch reconsiders their current situation and recognizes that it's going to do harm. Like, I don't think I discussed the actual harm that this will do, so let's take a moment before we close and think about, like, actual harm that this policy, that again I am explicitly purposefully violating as an act of protest. I want any Twitch person who reviews this to be aware that I have read your policy and I am purposefully violating it because it is a dumb policy that should not be respected. Let's talk about actual harm. Let us say that this is a future stream and I am not doing a protest. I'm not going to have that flagged because I don't do political content, usually. I don't even think this counts as political content, like, in any sensible sense of the word. There's the hydration for Cass, even though Cass isn't here to hydrate. So, let's say I'm doing that. Let's say this is a future state, and I don't know, we're playing Final Fantasy X, because I want to get back to Final Fantasy X, and forcing everyone to deal with Titus's antics, because I think the game is silly and kind of fun to play. And some chud decides that he's gonna go in and hit that trans streamer. And I mention offhand something about trans life, because, you know, you're trans, you live your life, you're gonna mention things about your life. You know? Maybe I have to deal with some, like, transphobic city policy at some point. And it's not, like, an intentional one, it's, like, some systemic policy, like the policy I had to deal with, like, 3 years ago when I was trying to get a new cell phone, and Verizon was like, but you don't look like your ID. Yeah, I tell Titus to try to transition. There we go. That is something I do a lot in Final Fantasy X. I go, Titus, girl, get on estrogen. And the chud goes, aha. And, like, raids in with a bunch of people, and they're all polite at first, because that's how they would do it if they were smart, and in this hypothetical situation, the chud and his audience are smart. And I do that, and then they just start mass reporting. Because they can hit that mass report button. Well, now we're at the whim of the algorithm. And on review, the whim of a person who might not know trans issues, who might go, well, that is kind of a political situation. And look at how many people are mad who were all viewing your stream at that time. And then what consequences hit me? Am I knocked off the site? Do we lose this whole streamer? It's not that bad for me. This is not my livelihood as much as I was afraid it was going to have to be. Like, I could recover. I have a Discord linked down in the stuff. I don't have a bot set up, but, like, if you click the About, there's, like, the little Discord button. You can click it, and then it'll take you to my Discord, and you can join, and you can post pictures of your, like, Satisfactory and Dyson Sphere topic project stuff in the efficiency channel, because people do that. And if you're watching this on YouTube later, I don't know if I'm going to port it over or not, but if you are, You can click the watch on Twitch and then go down and click the Discord. And hey, we'll still have like chats, and maybe I just stream on my Discord to my close personal friends and followers who have made their way there. Like, I can survive it. I can get through it. It'll be fine for me. But there's larger people who rely on this for income. What if they get raided off of the platform? Hopefully they have enough people, like enough followers that they can pick up somewhere else, but like they could get screwed. It happened on X. When I'm not even willing to refer to it as Twitter anymore. He has sufficiently fucked it over enough that I will use his garbage little fake name for it. Like, it happened on X. People got screwed over enough that they had to be driven off. And it was a struggle for some trans artists I know who couldn't drum up enough work to pay for their bills and their HRT until, like, well, basically until the big Blue Sky migration, where suddenly there's enough people on Blue Sky. And the Blue Sky people are, like, actually really good about engagement. Like, there's so much real good engagement on Blue Sky. Like, the engagement on X nowadays is all, like, fake bot shit, and it's all scam garbage. Yeah. And that's a weakness of Blue Sky. Blue Sky doesn't have any chirp bird icon thing. If it was just, like, a shitty little butterfly thing, because they have their butterfly, it could be, like, flap fly icon, and then have the little butterfly wings. That would be cool too. God, Twitter was such a master of branding. Like, it is so big. It is such a good branding decision, and really, it is so representative of how absolutely brain dead Elon Musk is that he changed it. Like, in what universe is generic X in a non-copyrightable, non-trademarkable font? Because it's just a generic font. In what universe is that better than Twitter's freaking blue bird? I know, everyone knows, like, tweets. Like, yeah, Blue Sky doesn't have a proper thing yet. Except for, like, maybe skeet, which is such a horrible word. But, like, oh my god, you just said Twitter was such a masterclass of branding. Like, the little bird, the little blue, tweet, retweet, all of that is just so... Yeah, like, Twitter always had problems. And a lot of them, like, Blue Sky fixes a lot of them, like, from the get-go. One thing I really appreciate about Blue Sky is community labeling. So you can do that in fun ways. Like, my Blue Sky has Goblin Thaumaturge, because there's a, like, D&D labeler, and you can have it label you with a class and a race, and it's like, yeah, I'm your Goblin Thaumaturge, go rah. And I just think that's silly and fun. But, like, you can also have other community labels that can get applied. So, like, oh gosh, fleets. I miss fleets. But, like, there's a, I forget which one. It might have been Breitbart. It might have been Sky. But one of the, like, right-wing news rags went over to Blue Sky and immediately got flagged by a community flagger as transphobia and racism. And it's just like, they were so mad about it. But, like, yeah, no, they can just flag you with that. And you can subscribe to those lists and be like, yeah, no, I don't want to see anyone who's flagged this way. It can also be used maliciously. I know someone who has been flagged, like, horrible person on some lists. So there's a list out there that someone's making that flags people as horrible. And then you can subscribe to their list and block everyone horrible. Which is, like, mean, but also no, yet kind of a little offense to this gal. I'm not gonna name her. She is kind of a terrible person. Like, it's not an inaccurate label. She's not a great person. But, she's nice enough to me, and she's not like genocide terrible or anything like that. Like, it's just kind of, general, oh yeah, you're a bit of a bitch. I could see why someone might flag you a bit of a bitch. I could see why someone might flag me a bit of a bitch. Like, it's fine. So that's something I really like. I really like that. I really like that blocks work. I can't believe that we live in a world where blocks don't work. Oh my god. Musk, why? Like, oh my god, why? I mean, we know why. He wants to see shit that, like, his kids and such are posting about him. He wants to see the things that people are saying about him. But, like, dude, number one, no. Number two, just make a fake account and stalk people like a normal person. Like, you shouldn't do that. You're an abnormal person for doing that. Like, you're abnormal if you create a fake account to go follow people and stalk people that have you blocked. That's a shitty human being thing to do. And as we said earlier, don't be a dick. Like, you could just do that. Why is he not doing that? We know he has alternate accounts. We know he has, like, an account where he role plays like a 12-year-old or something. Like, dude is so fucking weird. Like, I'm not even like, it's not even like, I don't even want to. Yeah, that too. It's just like, oh my god. And then the AI training thing, like, oh, dude. Like, I understand that it's a tough site to monetize without the constant stream of venture capital. But stripping out moderation, screwing over like freaking. Well, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for that because I don't think we would have been friends if you hadn't Twittered, and your friendship is very important to me. But yeah, it's like I really ultimately Twitter is about ad revenue, right? Like its monetization is ad revenue, and to get good ad revenue, you need to have user engagement. You need to have, and you get that by good moderation, by people being able to trust that the people they're viewing are who they say they are, and just like making it not a toxic cesspit that people don't want to advertise on. Like, Tumblr has advertising problems because it's kind of a toxic cesspit that no one wants to advertise on. It's a better toxic cesspit. It's not like a neo-Nazi cesspit. It's a, hey, let me reblog the Cuddle Puddle of Vriska, Terezi, and June 30 times this morning in a row because someone was complaining to me in my DMs about me mass reblogging too much. So I mass reblogged that a bunch, and then when they were like, why? I was like, block. Like, yeah, I'm a petty bitch. Hi, I deserve the petty bitch tag. Someone on Blue Sky, make the petty bitch list and give me the petty bitch tag. Please and thank you. Yeah, it should be a public service. But it's dying. And at this point, the only, like, thing, the only person I followed on X that I would follow who hasn't already made the way to Blue Sky and isn't posting regularly on Blue Sky, or at least more regularly than they were on X, would be Lucky Paper Podcast. And that's, I don't even listen to Lucky Paper Podcast frequently. They're just like, they're just IRL fees. It's just, I have a couple IRL fees who aren't made the migration over. And I'm a little mad at them. I didn't go to my club this week because I'm a little mad at them because they responded to me going, if the only place that you're having an online presence for yourself and your events is like the neo-Nazi site, because it's not quite Stormfront yet, but it's getting close to being just Stormfront. Like, honey, get off of X. But if that's the only place you're doing it, then you're making your community and you're recruiting your community in a way that's going to be troublesome, like hostile to minority people. It's going to be hostile to trans people. It's going to be hostile to people of color. It's going to be hostile to religious minorities. And you yourself have done a slightly uncomfortable, oh my god, why are you phrasing it this way, podcast episode about how important it is for the Magic the Gathering space to be inclusive. Like, I continue to kind of go, at their, like, preview thing where they're, like, kind of letting their Puritan influences show, but, they're cis white guys from the US who are from, like, the social class that enables them to, like, have a podcast that isn't, like, explicitly leftist. So, the sort of people who can afford to go to, like, every Magic the Gathering con. Yeah, so, like, and they explicitly want this to be a space inclusive for people like you, you, the LGBT woman of color who is not a Christian. You are an example of someone that should be included in the space. But, like, the space now, like, even the club that I go to, because I like the club, it's fun, it's comfy. The club is very white. I think the only people at the club who are regulars who don't count as white are Nuria and myself. And, like, half the club does not know I'm Native American because I am so fucking pale. And Nuria, love Nuria. Nuria is kind of upper class Pakistani. Like, I don't think Nuria quite appreciates how upper class she is sometimes. Because she knows she's a graduate student and making graduate student pay, and she does a lot of, like, social justice activism work, etc. And again, Nuria is great, but also, I'm not going to name Nuria's last name, but her family is in the history books I'm reading. And I have confirmed with her that that is her family. Those are her ancestors. So, yeah. There's a point where it's like, yep, that is a sufficiently high level of class to start offsetting some of the racial, gender, and religious minority stuff going on there. Not that she doesn't have that shit, but, like, yeah, she's great. But yeah, but, like, that's the not white population is a very, what is it with, what can I say? Kshatriya find Kshatriya. That is such a shitty way to phrase that. Plus, I'm pretty sure I mispronounced Kshatriya again. But, like, and then what's the non-Christian population of that club? I mean, I'm from a historically significant family. Uh, are you forgetting I'm a freaking Carling? Like, not literally, like, from a bastard house line, but, like, yeah. I mean, part of it is, like, there's just so many historically significant families, and her family isn't, like, that historically significant. Like, if you're not reading, like, detailed histories of the Mughal Empire, you're not going to hear about them, and her family is very often just footnote family. You were including me, yes. Anyway, it's just how it is. But and I'm sure you know more than you think you know. I mean, we cannot forget. This isn't quite exactly the same thing. We cannot forget how often I will like send you a photo of someone on the internet and be like, "Oh my God, look at this gal's tummy pic. It is so cute." And you're like, "Oh, I know her." Like it's the same sort of thing. And I think a lot of people just know more people from historically significant families than they think they do because it doesn't come up often. And then it's just me being from a historically significant family means that I'm kind of keeping my eye out through training for details that flag historically significant families. So, like, I did not marry Lee because Lee was the descendant of one of the major Chinese warlords during the Civil War. But I cannot deny that I had kind of a little, like, part of that. And I don't think my attraction to her was there, but I'm pretty sure part of her attraction to me was the aristocratic shit. Yeah, your family isn't important. I say, maybe you might be more important than you think you are, but your family isn't like super important. But and most people I know's families aren't super important. But like, do you know how to keep your eye out for like the aristocratic edge? And I sometimes like I hope that I've crushed it a little and I don't have it too much, but I know I definitely during college still had the aristocratic edge. And that's like related to how you walk, it's related to how you look at other people, and you kind of have to detrain yourself from that sense of superiority because you are grown up being taught, oh, we are here. So, like, I'll tell your dad to get around to translating that memoir because, oh my God, I want to read it. But, like, God, you spent your whole childhood basically being told you are better than everyone else because you are descended from this person, basically. And it's never phrased like that. It's phrased like, oh, well, actually, one thing my mother actually said at one point, oh, put away the DVDs so that the people coming to visit don't think we're rich. This was after Dad's failed Enron investments and before Dad's failed Fannie Mae investments. So we still, I think, counted it as rich at that point. The last of the wealth was wiped out in the Fannie Mae shit, which is actually super annoying because if he had just hung on and not listened to like far right conservative radio about selling and abandoning things, blah blah blah, it would have recovered within like a year and a half, and there would have been money again. But that's neither here nor there. But mother was like, hide the DVDs so people don't know that we're rich. And then I remember asking, should I hide the crystal? And she says, oh, the people coming to visit wouldn't recognize Waterford if it was in their faces. And Like literally, it was in their faces. We didn't put away the Waterford. He was like, "Don't bother putting away the Waterford. They're not going to tell the difference between the Waterford and the uranium glass." Because my mother collects uranium glassware and keeps it on display. And oh my god, there was a like snack tray that she would take out because it glowed in the dark, and she really thought it was cute. And she hasn't done that since I came home from since I borrowed a Geiger counter from the physics lab when I was in college and brought it home, and then just like dropped that and turned it on and brought it over the uranium glass. Like, hi, this is glowing in the dark because it's radioactive, Mom. Maybe don't be serving people hors d'oeuvres out of the radioactive glassware. uh, I've eaten the hors d'oeuvres out of the radioactive glassware. I think I'm set to inherit the radioactive glassware. I don't think anyone else in my family wants it, and I like it too, but also, ugh, radioactive glassware. But yeah, like, I'm sure part of the reason that my ex-wife, like, initially looked past my queerness was she picked up on some of the aristocratic vibes that come from just being told that your entire life, and basically being told you're better than everyone else. Because she was told that too. I know because her mother is telling my kids that. Like, she would tell Lee. And part of her abuse towards my kids is that they don't behave as they should for descendants of her father. Well, they're American kids in small town Pennsylvania. They're not gonna be behaving like descendants of the Chinese warlord. Like that's not gonna do them any benefit here. Instead, they're doing the American thing of getting to know a bunch of people, making a bunch of friends, and networking. Yes, that is very much it. Oh god, Lee's mother thinks that transition is actually kind of cool. Lee's mother thinks that Rex becoming a man and me becoming a woman is very interesting and exciting. Her concern is that the other transgender people that Rex hangs out with are too low class, and Rex should be becoming a high class gentleman who doesn't associate with people below him. It's very funny. But, like, yeah. So that's the thing for, like, Lee. And that's the thing that happens a lot of the time is I pick up on this sort of thing. So, like, in the case of Nuria, I don't think I would have even made the connection and asked if I hadn't been like, hey, you have this sort of air about you, which I recognize as the aristocratic air. We do need to abolish class. Also, we need to go back in time and kick baby Barb in the head, because I'm not going to lie, I was kind of like this until a couple years into university. Like, I talk about how like being friends with poor people in high school helped wake me up to class consciousness, and about how I had the high school boyfriend who introduced me to Marx, and how I had that early communism. But it is so very important to remember that until my first transition attempt failed, there was a very big part of me that treated all of that as basically the aristocrat's burden, right? Right, like, oh, well, of course I'm better than all of these people. I had all the privileges of my upbringing, so it is my responsibility to help uplift them. USAF adjacent. So USAF adjacent. That is also a part of everything. Like, yeah. But that, it's that's the explanation, though. I think that's the explanation for how I end up knowing all these people is being from one of those old, historically important families, and it really doesn't matter. Most of us don't have money anymore, but like, I still had that upbringing. I still catch my eye, and I'm not gonna lie, I still feel a little bit more comfortable around people who are a little bit yacht club, which is terrible. Do not trust people who are yacht club. They will disappear you if you become embarrassing. But, it is, still a thing where there's like a certain sort of behavior and decorum I'm comfortable around. And that's how I think I end up knowing these people. I think everyone knows people from these families, and most part, the really old money families, the X money families. Let's call us what we are. We're the X money families. Like, none of us have the money anymore that we had. None of us had the power anymore that we had. But we have, like, the residual aristocratic heirs. I think that everyone knows these X-money families and people from them. It's just, we're kind of a little ashamed of it. And, oh, yeah, no, my aunt's a landlord. Like, when I moved out here, my mother spoke with my aunt to find out if she still owned her properties in Baltimore. If my aunt still owned her properties in Baltimore, the plan had been for me to move into one of those properties and take over landlord management on the side. She didn't. She'd sold it like 5 years ago or something when she like retired, because she's like, oh, I'm getting too old to drive down to Baltimore when there's a problem. So the only properties she still owns are over in Hagerstown. But yeah, my aunt's a landlord, and to be very real, when my mother dies, I will be too, because the family owns large chunks of agricultural land in Indiana that are rented agricultural lands. We own them, other people rent them from us. And they are held in trust by the family, and I will inherit a share of them. And I am not going to be allowed to liquidate my share or anything like that without the approval of the family. Like, there's contracts around the trust on that. So when my mother passes away, I will receive my share of the family landlord rents in Indiana. And there's really nothing I can do about it but go, yep, that's a check I get every year. Yay. And it's not going to be a lot of money. I want to say it's going to be like, I think my mother's share of that landlord rent right now is something like $5,000. It's not a lot. I'm not sure, because it's like, it was my grandfather and his brothers set up the trust and split everything, and part of the lands got sold immediately. And then my grandfather's share got split between his 3 daughters. So it's a third of a quarter already, and then my mother has 13 kids, and not everyone is in the will. I know I'm still in the will, which is so funny to me, because I really thought I would get written out of the will for being trans. But no, apparently I'm still in the will because, like, I'm not embarrassing to the family. So I think I'm going to get a quarter of it. So it's like a quarter of a third of a quarter of the initial amount is my share. And it's going to boil down to just like $1,000 a year or something. Not enough to live on or anything, but also that's $1,000 a year that people don't normally get. I am a little disappointed. I am always going to be a little disappointed that my dad burned through a huge chunk of my mother's feudal wealth that if he just left it alone, when my mother passed away, my share of the inheritance would be double-digit millions. I like the idea of alternate history Barb who has double-digit millions in an investment account making income that you can pass around. Oh, about not being written out of the will. It's not as much disappointment as it's like, there's a sort of colorism aspect to it. Because, like, I have a sibling who I know has been written out of the will, and she and I have done a lot of the same shit. And from Mother's perspective, we haven't, because she's been arrested and I haven't. Neglecting the, like, middle school incident and the beating the pedophile up in university, both of which my mother thinks were the correct course of action. But, like, she was arrested because she's not white passing and I am. That's basically the end of that. Like, she is not white passing, so when she drank screwdrivers at school and got caught drinking screwdrivers at school, she got the police called on her and threatened with expulsion. I am white passing, so when I got caught doing cocaine off of a teacher's desk in a closed classroom at school during the school day, got a lecture about how I was putting my future at risk and I was such a good student. Like, there's a lot of things like that occur over and over again, and it accumulates in me being in the will while she isn't. And I'm not disappointed about being in the will, but I am a little disappointed that ultimately the reason I'm in the will boils down to me being the white passing among the Native American kids my mother adopted. Because I'm not the only Native American kid that my mother adopted. But I am the white passing one. And then, like, another one of the Native American kids is still in the will, I think. Because he's been, like, a perfect angel, darling, has never messed up in his life. But also, I think he's very much been acutely aware that if he messed up, it would come down hard on him because he's not white passing. And it's just a great example throughout everything. Like, and I know that out there's going to be someone going, well, that problem doesn't exist. You're blowing things out of proportion. But it is, like, it is so just frustrating how thoroughly white supremacy finds itself boiled through in culture. Hi, another thing that Twitch would probably consider to be a controversial political assertion that is just the reality of the situation. Like, hi, what color is your default video game protagonist? Answer? White. They're white. Like, if I go through and... What's a good, I have a screenshot. I'm gonna pull a 14 screenshot up here. This one. No. So, this is Tesleen and Gobo, right? Gobo's the character I made. Green-skinned. Yay, we love Gobo. Tesleen is a blonde-haired, pale-skinned character in a Japanese fantasy game. Tesleen is, like, basically, like, in this little corner of the world is fantasy desert land in the isekai world. And everyone is white. like, the vast, vast, unreasonable number of people in FF14, NPC-wise, are white. And it's basically, do we have a reason to make this character not white? If no, they default to being white. And a lot of the times to being blonde and being blue-eyed. Like, this blonde-haired, blue-eyed white person is a default. Yeah, it's in the Tales games too. Whiteness is the presumed default. And that's not a natural state of the world, I don't think. I mean, there is the sort of colorist component, yeah. I will read in, like, hey, incoming mispronunciation again, the Mahabharata. Like, when I read in there, there'll be statements that are, like, very colorist, very anti-dark-skinned people. But, like, you look at this image, you look at Tesleen, that's not just a pale-skinned person. That's a white woman. That's not just a white woman. That's an Aryan woman. And that's the default. And that reflects a legacy of white settler colonialism that has just impacted the entire world. Right? Like, you don't get this globally without it coming from somewhere. And where it's coming from is that sort of white supremacist idea of white people being the default. And then you combine that with kind of this sense of purity that arises from sort of the blonde hair, blue-eyed, perfect person. Let's not investigate too deeply, like, where that idea comes from and where that idea leads. And it's really not that unreasonable that the Japanese game developers who are going, hi, we want to make an internationally consumable, short-lived NPC that we want people to default to finding attractive and cute and pure and good. It's not a surprise that Tesleen looks the way she does. And spoiler for Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers, if you aren't watching our thing, she dies horrifically. Like, their entire point is they introduce you to her, and they want you to build a tie-in and a connection to her so that they can kill her off horrifically about 2 hours in game time after you meet her. And then force you to kill what's left of her, like, 4 hours later. Because, like, she becomes a sin eater. That's a horrific, grotesque moment that strikes home the horror of the sin eaters and what's going on in the first. It's a very, like, overall, it's a very, like, well-made plot point, right? The attachment to Tesleen's tragic transformation into a monster, and then the bow on top of the mid-boss of the first Shadowbringers dungeon being the monster that Tesleen has become. Like, that's an emotional roller coaster that is very good and establishes the stakes of the expansion. It is good storytelling. I once again encourage people, even if you don't like MMOs, to consider trying FF14. It is a time commitment. It's a lot, but up through Shadowbringers is free. Oh, excuse me, up through Stormblood is free, and then Shadowbringers on, you have to pay the sub. But, it's kind of, like, worth it for the story-wise, especially if you think about each expansion as its own little video game. But, like, when you think about that moment, the image of Tesleen that is presented here, which is very white supremacist in origin, is a vital part of making that work on an international scale because of the imposition of that white supremacist ideal across the world. And It's the same reason that I'm not written out of the will and my sister is. Like, and I don't think at any point of the way anyone involved in the creation of Dessalines went, aha, yes, we must show how superior the white people are. But, like, it's just in their brain and it wasn't questioned. You know, it's a similar reason, you know, why Lakshmi is white in the Stormblood campaign instead of blue or pink or gold, right? Like, goddess of peace and beauty, let's make her white. Okay. I don't want to make that rant again because that rant got me so much hate on YouTube. People were not happy about me talking about, you know, the impacts of white supremacy and how you should not put gods that people actually worship in your fantasy games, especially if you're gonna be killing them. I say, as someone who is a very big fan of the Lakshmi fight, it is very, very fun, especially the EX. But like, this is just one thing. As Sahil said, Alphen's the darkest skinned Tales game pro tag. Like, Tales of has this, and we love Magilu. I love Magilu. Magilu is, again, kind of the Aryan woman. And she's kind of a subversion of the expectation, right? You expect the blonde hair, gold-eyed, pale-skinned woman to be pure and innocent, and Magilu is anything but. And that's part of what makes her character work, right? Is that inversion of expectation. But I think it's also important we remember that that expectation is not coming from a place of neutrality. It's coming from the same core place as harm perpetrated upon billions. Like, yeah. Is that a controversial political topic? No. I have to tie it back to the theme of the now 4-hour rant that we've gone on. That has been slightly interrupted by showing off a spreadsheet and has now migrated into, you know, game territory. But, like, it's not a controversial topic. I mean, it is. This is a controversial thing. People are mad about it. There's controversy around it, but they're wrong. At the end of the day, it is just what is. Can there be a politics around what we do about it? Yeah. But just going, hey, look, the historical legacy of white supremacy that's embedded within settler colonialism and has been spread across the whole of the world is reflected in the way that this character is designed by a Japanese studio to solicit broad-scale emotional attachment globally. That's not a that shouldn't be a controversial political statement. It's not a political statement at all. It is simply what happened. It's like when people get angry about critical race theory. It's like, no, this isn't some controversial political thing. This is literally just history. This is just what happened in the past. Not my fault that a lot of our ancestors were garbage. And I say ours because, again, though my family never owned slaves, that was just because the guy who decided he was going to save up money to buy a slave for his wife kept spending the money on, like, his own little personal toys, and when he finally saved up enough to get around to doing it, they'd made slavery illegal, so he wasn't allowed to buy a slave, and his wife was mad at him about it. Like, thus is a thing that occurred. And, like, trace my family back, we end up in Europe, we end up in the Holy Roman Empire, wherein we had peasants. We had peasants attached to our lands. There was serfs. My family did not own slaves, but we had serfs. Like, is that better? I mean, yes, the institution of chattel slavery in the Americas is one of the most horrific and brutal and terrible forms of servitude for any peoples across the history of the world. Second only to like chattel slavery and like the sugar plantations of Brazil and the Caribbean. But still, is it critical race theory to be saying that my family had serfs? No, it's just what is. Is it like controversial politics to be going, yeah, it's maybe not a good thing that my family had serfs in Europe? No, it's just what is, right? And you know, it's the same thing. Hi. Is it awkward to explain that your grandparents were racist and tried to oppose integration of your school district? Yeah, that's awkward. Oh well. Tough shit. You can say, yeah. Yeah, it's in fact critical race theory critically about race. And that's not a bad thing. But you know what? It's also, a lot of that time, it's just history. Like, there's not even critical thinking associated with some of this. Some of the stuff is just like, yes, the southern states' succession was for a state's right to keep black people as slaves. That's not even thinking critically about race. That's just what happened and why it happened. And people will try and ban that, calling it critical race theory. Like, yeah, there's a critical component about race that is incorporated here that should be thought about, and it's a good thing. But, like, we're not even at that point when people are screaming and being mad. Like, I've talked to my mother before about my sister being cut out of the will for behaviors that match what I did. And my mother gets very uncomfortable about it because she doesn't like to think about herself as being racist. She goes, but I have Black and Native American children and I love them just like my white children. And yeah, but also that doesn't stop you from embodying and perpetrating systemic racism. It doesn't stop you from reacting to the non-white passing children that you've adopted with a greater severity than the white passing children you adopted. Yeah, your there is so, like, yeah. My mother refusing to acknowledge her racism moment was a point when she had said some really racist stuff about some black people when I was a teenager. And I just like, mother, that was really racist of you. And she stops and she looks at me and goes, oh, I'm not racist. I'm classist. I would be fine with them if they just behaved like they had class. And that's the thing that I think she believes, like, unironically, that her being racist to people who behave in a quote-unquote black manner isn't racism, because the reason she doesn't like that is it's associated with people who are lower class. And it just goes entirely over her head that is, like, her perception of that as lower class behavior is associated with the systemic racism put in there. Yeah, exactly. What behaviors? Yeah. I love my mother. My mother is great. My mother is very supportive. But my mother is also a formerly old money white woman. Like, she would tell me growing up, it's okay, all roads lead to God. And then when I am syncretic as an adult and basically take that to its logical extreme, she's like, well, can't you just do this but still be a Christian? That's a phrase she has said to me before, and I'm like, no. Actually, I don't think I can be, because I think that one of the core aspects of Christianity as a religion is a sort of theological poison that destroys the ability of the religion to function in a positive manner. Yeah, exactly. All roads lead to your God. Oh, it's just fun. Like I love my mother. She's good. It is my good fortune to have been adopted by her when I was a child. She is generally well intentioned, and in doing so and being well intentioned is a great reminder that things like racism, things like classism, things like religious supremacy are, to sort of paraphrase the Jamaican philosopher John Mills, an epistemological virus. They get into your brain, they affect what you are allowed to think of, what your knowledge is, what you can conceive of. And that affects all of us. Like when you say if I say thug, what image pops into your head? Chances are the image that popped into your head was some ambiguous ethnic blend of kind of darker skinned Asian and Latino folk, or lighter skinned black folk with like chains and a grill and tattoos, etc. And that's a really fucking racist image, isn't it? In it. But let's be honest, I say the word thug and a racist image pops into your head because this racist idea has seeped into your consciousness and poisoned your very epistemology, your very ability to form knowledge and belief around concepts. And that includes this sort of embodiment of non-white people as criminal, which isn't true at all, but it's in your like mind, and it poisons your knowledge, and it poisons your knowledge if you're a person of color too. Like, I have this chat with people of color, and they get uncomfortable when I'm like, what pops into your head when I say, and then I say, and then the racist image pops into their head, and they're not happy. And of course you're not happy. No one likes having their knowledge base poisoned by falsehood and lies. And that's, if you can't recognize that your knowledge base has been poisoned by these concepts, you're not going to be able to step past them and stop them from subconsciously negatively impacting yourself and your relationships with people around you. And it affects you in some weird ways. Like, hi, among other things, is a person doing crime really dangerous? No, actually. Most of the time, no. Basically, after the initial, no, thank you, I don't do drugs anymore, I have liver problems, interaction with my local drug dealer in my neighborhood, my interactions have been, hey, good morning, Miss Barb, or, oh goodness, do you need help with carrying out the trash? And me going, oh no, thank you, this is my weekly exercise. Yes, overtime violations can and do kill, indeed. Um, like, actually, the government is here to help, Mr. Reagan. as evidenced by the fact that we removed the fat from the government lately, and that was the fat that was checking for listeria infections. And oh goodness, we have a lot of food recalls for listeria infections lately. Like, so many things like that. So many things like that. Like, it's a pity Cass has had to go to bed for her job in the morning, but, like, Cass will share a phrase that her dad says, which is, unions are the enemy of the business owner. And he's, like, treating that as, like, a negative to a union, that it's an enemy of the business owner. But also, it's not true. Like, there's been research since the 50s into what the impacts of unions are. And, like, we know that unions reduce certain types of risk that are very negative to the owning class. Like, your shareholders benefit from a union. This is the funniest thing I have learned in my adult life. Contrary to popular wisdom, if you have a big corporation and your workplace unionizes and your organization is actually making money, then you'll have reduced profit in the short term. But over the long term, you'll have a greater stability of profit and a greater overall profit over the course of like 20 years. A union is good for the shareholder. The only people that the union is bad for are like middle managers and CEOs who can't like bleed their workers dry and give themselves massive bonuses. And it's just so funny to me. Students benefit from teaching unions. Heck, the entire community benefits from a teaching union. Unions are good for workers. Unions are good for stakeholders. Unions are only not good for your managerial classes. But so many people believe that unions are bad for workers and for business. Like, so many people believe that unionization kills businesses, and it doesn't. It doesn't. Like, if a union kills your business was already dying. Unionization just controls the worst excesses of your managerial class, which it turns out is generally good for the shareholders too. Long term, there's going to be a conflict between the workers and the shareholders because, you know, capitalism, conflicts inherent in capitalism, blah, blah, blah. And in those cases, the union will become, you know, more for the worker than the shareholder. But that's not the state that most companies are when they're unionizing. And it's just so funny to me that we believe unions are bad for business when, unless the business is already consuming itself under the burden of the urge for true infinite growth, the union is going to be good for it. Number one, it's going to slow down the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, like counter the way that your business is fighting against that. That's going to slow that down, which is going to improve the overall long-term life of your business. It's going to improve your worker engagement, which is going to improve their productivity. It's going to trim off the fat of your executive mismanagement. It's going to standardize your work processes so that, you know, people can be hired in a consistent, standardized manner, which again increases efficiency and reduces risk. This is good. It's good for basically everyone. And it's great. There's so many situations like that. Reduces turnover, which means reduction in training time, which means, again, reduced risk, increased worker engagement, increased productivity. It's great. Unions are good in general. Let's see, what are some other, like, epistemological viruses? Oh, um, like, American exceptionalism. I love that one. The idea that America rose up and unified and expressed their exceptionalism on the global stage after World War II. Like, that's an idea that still runs through, I think, the majority of Americans, that we're awesome and we're great, and our awesomeness and greatness conveys to the world. Aren't we just cool? Look at how great we were in the 50s. Yay. When in the 50s, the entire rest of the world was bombed to shit. Like, you had Africa and India and South America still recovering from literal centuries of colonial exploitation. You have China in that same situation in a massive civil war. You have the India-Pakistani conflict. You have Japan and Europe bombed to oblivion. You have the decolonialization of the Middle East. Like, all of that is just wrecking the economy of the world. And then into that, you have a U.S. that has just massively militarized its economy, that has a bunch of factories and nothing to do but make consumer goods. Of course the United States had an economic boom. Yeah. And the USSR still managed to build a hydrogen bomb. So much for American exceptionalism and the glory of capital. Like, but it doesn't matter that we know that intellectually. The epistemological virus is still, like, raising its head and leaning in on you. Like, how much of the time do we think of the third world? Like, we talk about, how much do we just think about third world countries? That's, like, a great epistemological virus. The developing world. Or the undeveloped world. It is my understanding that that doesn't exist anymore, besties. It is my understanding that the entire world is developed. I know. I'm glad I know that too. I know them too. Because, like, I think one of my big moments, like, and I think this is before I met you, I was in that third worldist mindset, and I'm talking to people, and I'm talking anime with a guy in Nigeria. And I'm like, whoa, Nigeria? Wow. And I say something, I don't even want to say racist. It was really like third worldist is what I was saying. And he picks up on it, and he just rails into me with, hey, here's how Nigeria is today. And I'm just like, shit. Every image I was told about the world is a fucking lie. And yeah. Like, the world is much more developed than it was. And part of like the economic panic gripping like conservative Americans is the world recovering from World War II and colonialism. Like, we still need to do that India podcast thing someday. I want to. It's still in my head. But, like, at the eve of colonialism, the North India Plain had about a fifth of the world's population. Like the Ganges Plain. It had about a fifth of the world's population and about a quarter of the world's GDP. And those are some big fucking numbers, right? Not 1 in 5 people lived in the subcontinent. 1 in 5 people lived in the North India Plain. 1 in 4 effective dollars of the global economy came out of the North India Plain in that era. And the material conditions that led to that being true have not gone away in the era of colonialism. We're still exploiting India, like the fact that I have a friend who owns a tech company in India who pays his employees, who consider themselves to be well paid, less per year than my monthly expenses. Like, drive home how much we are still exploiting wealth from India. But India's economy is going to continue growing, assuming that it isn't completely squashed and destroyed by climate change, which is a risk that, like, you see when you see some of the temperatures that hit there in the summer nowadays. But, like, barring those impacts, like, we would expect, as India fully recovers, that it would resume being about a quarter of the world's economy. Maybe a little bit less, because the world's economy doesn't directly relate to, agricultural production the way it did at the dawn of colonialism, but, still, big economy. China, same way. China was the biggest economy in the world up until, like, colonialism. And the fact of the matter is that as China recovers, it is going to return to being the biggest economy in the world. It's less negatively impacted by climate change. It's even more of a sure thing. Like, I think Americans, we forget sometimes that we only have like 350 million people in this country. We are not a populous nation. Like, half of our country has like 1 to 5 people per square mile. That is a very sparse population. Yeah. Um, Again, I want to run that India podcast because I have thoughts on India in particular, how it's related to external factors. Cough, cough. Northwest Hindu Kush Mountains not being nearly as much of a barrier as the rest of everything. Like, yeah. And China having, a similar situation of a frontier that is very opens them to external factors greatly. And then both sharing the common potential external factor of the coastline in the age of colonialism. But that's a little outside the breadth of things. Like, the point being, the world is complicated. And again, hi, is this a controversial political topic? Observing that the United States economy, being the dominant economy in the world, was due almost more to the suppression of the rest of the world's economic productivity than due to some innate American greatness. No, it's just reality. What do you expect from that? You expect that America will fade on the world stage economically. And with that, we will lose some of our power as global hegemon. How do we react? Well, we're already reacting. We're doing proxy wars across the planet. We're being increasingly aggressively, militaristic, just like basically every other major empire was as they started to fade from their undeserved state of supremacy over a region. Wow. But, like, that's not even a political observation. That's just what is and what we can expect. What's the politics? What should we do about it? I think we should accept that we're going to not be as dominant in the world, scale back our military, increase political actions, and just like work to preserve a good trade relation with all of the rest of the world as it returns to a more unified state. Like, China isn't going to become global hegemon either. Let's face it, neither is India. As everyone recovers, they're basically all recovering similar cases. You know, get climate change into control. All of that is political statements. I'm actually making actual political statements now. Are they controversial? Literally, yes. I don't know why, like, things like, let's get our climate change under control. I don't know why that's controversial, but it is. You know, things like maybe we should be willing to let go of being global hegemon as other powers rise up and return to where we were. Maybe we should elevate and empower the United Nations into a more truly internationalist body that can, you know, actually enforce treaties with teeth. Those are definitely controversial political statements. I support one world global federalism. That is a controversial political statement. I am certain that there are people in chat who will disagree with me on that, on one level or another. I encourage you to. But again, it's like not. Like, that's not what you consider controversial. A literal political statement that is literally controversial isn't controversial under the Twitch standards. It is, under the Twitch standards, the controversial thing is trans people existing and going, hi, please don't take away our rights. Yeah, Kamala Harris is kind of shitty, and she isn't our friend or our ally. But please vote for Kamala Harris in the next few days because, oh my god, the other one's so bad for our rights. Please. And also, please, Democrats, give us decent options. Oh my god. Like, that is apparently the controversial political statement, according to Twitch.tv. And that's... yeah, we made it a political statement there by going, hey, please do this vote. But, like, it's not really a political statement. It is a statement. I am a human being with rights. Those rights include a right to live, a right to have health care, a right to work, a right to exist in society, a right to have a roof over my head, a right to have my political documents reflect the reality of my body after I have gone through a medical transition. Which my documents, even when I finish everything, I'm waiting on one document to arrive, and then I get one more document from the state of Maryland, and then I can send out a couple photocopies to everyone and be in all but one place legally Barb, woman. My birth certificate will not reflect this reality because the state of Nebraska refuses to acknowledge this change unless I have an expensive, risky procedure that I don't really want, and no one is really willing to do because of my obesity. But I cannot be Barb, woman on my birth certificate until I find someone who is willing to do a fully functional genital reassignment surgery. Now, I'd like to say it's not a... I'd like to think it's not a controversial statement to go, people should not be forced into genital surgeries that they do not want in order to make their legal documents all match. Right? That shouldn't be a controversial statement. It shouldn't even really be a political statement. It should be nothing more than a, hey, they have doctors attest, and so I could have a doctor lie. In fact, while I was living in Nebraska, I had a doctor, volunteer to lie and say that I had had GRS to change my birth certificate. Literally, just this doctor, who is not a trans doctor or anything, is just like, yeah, no, this is a bullshit requirement. Do you want me to write a letter attesting? I'm like, whoa, that's fraud, honey. Let's not. You're gonna get in trouble for that, and you're a good doctor. But, yeah. It's so dumb. It's so dumb that I'm gonna have everything but the state of Nebraska birth certificate. And, I don't need the birth certificate once I have my passport set up, once everything's in order with my passport and all of that. I don't need the birth certificate anymore. And any time that I might need the birth certificate, it and the court order are gonna be enough. But yeah. That's apparently a controversial political topic. How? How on earth? In what universe is that? A controversial topic. Hi, I am me. I was born and called man, and they got it wrong, and I want to fix my legal documents to reflect the reality of the situation. What business is it of the bureaucrat in Nebraska whether or not my dick is too long for their little woman ruling? Huh? They're never gonna see it. They're never gonna get involved with it. No one is going to be involved with that particular piece of my anatomy who I do not wish to be. And for the vast majority of people, that is not you. How is this a controversial statement? How on earth is that a controversial statement? How is it a controversial statement for me to say, hi, I don't want to work in porn. I would like to have a day job and be allowed to, not be worried about my boss firing me because I make him uncomfortable with his perceptions of how gender works. Not my problem that he doesn't believe that in reality. Not my problem. And me being trans shouldn't be his problem. It should just literally be a question of, am I doing my job? Yay! But apparently, that assertion's controversial. That is controversial. But I believe that we should have one world federalist government is not controversial. Anyway, I've been ranting for just about 5 hours. My throat hurts. And my background music is almost out because it's a 5-hour long thing. So let's go ahead and find someone to raid into. Who do we want to raid into and call political? Yay. Let's go say hi to Blobber. In the interest of controversiality, remember when we hop in there to say Final Fantasy III is good, actually. That's our raid message for Blobber. Let me put it in here. There. That's our raid message. Let's go. Rah.